What's up everybody, and welcome to another Reddit video on this channel. Today I'll be reading out more unsettling and scary stories. Also, if you're new here, consider subscribing to the channel. Anyway, let's get into the first story. When I was 11, I was at the very bottom of my class until the teacher, Miss Henry, made me sit next to the new kid. Thomas and his family moved into town halfway through term, so he just sort of appeared one day. During his second week, Miss Henry tried to draw him out of his shell by asking about his favorite TV program. "What's a TV program?" he replied. That got a laugh. Clearly, he was playing dumb to put one over on her. Everybody thought he'd emerge as the next class clown, but instead, he rarely spoke and aced every subject. A few girls tried befriending him. They dug that Children of the Corn look, I guess, but agreed he was a weirdo after chatting with him in the lunch hall. As desk buddies, he and I locked horns. A lot. Because I was left-handed, our elbows bumped together whenever we wrote, and he got super pissed anytime I asked to borrow a pencil. So I, of course, did this as often as possible. Anytime I asked Miss Henry to split us up, she'd just sneer and say, "Ryan, there's gonna be times in life when you're forced to spend time with people you don't like. Get used to it." One day, as I struggled with a difficult maths exam, Thomas offered to help. I'm guessing he finished early and got bored. It was my first A. Without either of us ever agreeing to it, he started helping me with homework and tough assignments, and soon my grades improved so much, my mom bought me a bunch of Pokemon cards as reward. I offered Thomas some of the one I already owned, but he didn't even know what a Pokemons was. Then one day, out of the blue, he asked if I'd sleep over at his place. "Father really wants to meet you," he said. Why did his parents even know who I was? We sat together, sure, but he knew so little about pop culture. Getting through a conversation was like chewing calt. Still, I wanted to thank him for his help, and my mom didn't raise any objections. So that Friday, I packed some clothes and cycled over to his place. I drove down several short roads flanked by woods, past a train station, toward the outskirts of town. Thomas's two-story house sat at the top of a long driveway, so steep that I needed to jump off my bike and push most of the way, and all the windows were either boarded up or had the curtains pulled shut. Things got spooky the second I arrived. Thomas and his parents waited patiently to greet me, each grinning like they were on a poster for tooth whitening. Everybody had matching blonde hair and dressed in plain shades of brown, gray, and white. A large man introduced them as the Donovans. My preteen brain categorized him and his wife as old, but in retrospect, there must have been a 20-year age difference there. Mr. Donovan walked my bike into the garage while me and Thomas followed his mom inside. Something was wrong with the house. It looked too sterile. No clutter. Zero toys scattered about. Plus, the antique furniture was older than my grandparents'. In every room, sheets had been draped over objects mounted along the paneled walls, and Mrs. Donovan made a point of telling me that touching the sheets is strictly forbidden. She led us into a sitting room decorated with crucifixes, and more crucifixes, of varying sizes. We kneeled down on a colorful rug, facing each other. The only sound was the ticking of a grandfather clock. At last, Mr. Donovan joined our group and led a prayer for the standard stuff. Good health, blessed weather. Even though I'd gone to Protestant church with my grandparents, I couldn't figure out what religion we were meant to be practicing. He obviously thought of himself as a spiritual leader and devoted a lot of time to the blind sinners who would suffer swift retribution on Judgment Day. It wasn't until he called for a minute of holy silence that I heard a low, shaken voice. I concentrated hard, tuning out the clock. There were muffled cries from somewhere within the room. I peeked my left eye open. Nobody was watching, although the way the family didn't stop grinning made me shiver. I glanced around the room. We were alone. When I turned back towards the circle, Thomas's mom was staring straight at me, her smile practically splitting the seams of her face. Quickly, I shut my eyes, already anxious to go home. The silence seemed to last forever. Finally, the spiritual leader clapped his hands and said, we should go out back and toss a ball around. On my way out of the room, I listened for more cries, but the sound had died off. I figured my imagination got the better of me. As Thomas and I tossed a leather ball back and forth in the long grass, his dad watched from a crude decking area, beaming. Like at school, Thomas threw with his right hand, whereas I favored my left. We kept trying to pass each other bad shots, competing to make the other miss a catch. It was all in good fun, though. Thomas acted even weirder than at school. Away from his parents, he at least seemed interested in subjects like TV, but now he strictly spoke about Bible stories and recited his favorite verses. I sidestepped his questions, my spirituality, as much as I could. My arm was aching by the time Mrs. Donovan called us for dinner. In the kitchen, we gathered around the table, and then she brought in a metal pan, presenting 5 boneless chicken breasts, lathered in lumpy gravy and canned peaches. Before we ate, everybody linked arms for another prayer, and part of me wished the ritual would never end, because then we'd need to choke down the food. A heavy silence fell over the room. Then those cries started up again, closer than before. It sounded like a child, and their voice had a panicky quality. If it wasn't for the threat of another glare from Thomas's mom, I would have peeked. As the prayer dragged on, the crying became more hysterical, until finally something rattled against the wall behind me. Mr. Donovan's voice raised, thunderous now, and drowned out the sound. I'm not sure which scared me more, but either way, my arms broke out in goosebumps. The sermon ended 5 minutes later, and we sat there in silence until the head of the table said, "Amen." I checked the corners for sobbing children, finding only more sheets. What then? A CD player? My imagination? The uncooked chicken made me gag. I didn't want to cause trouble, so I picked around the moldy peaches and spread out the plate so it looked like I'd eaten more than I actually had. There was chocolate cake for dessert, but Thomas's mom went around slicing a piece onto each of our plates, which were still covered with chicken and gravy. By that point, my stomach was growling, so I scoffed down a top layer of cake which hadn't touched anything else. I wanted to leave. Faking a bellyache, I asked if they would call my mom and have her come pick me up. Thomas's dad raised an eyebrow. No need. We have a special remedy. He told the rest of the family to pray for my health and led me out of the room. The front door was on my left, and I briefly considered making a run for it. But the second I did, Mr. Donovan's hand clamped around my shoulder tight. His smile never wavered, but something about his eyes made me break out in goosebumps, like an implied threat. So, I let him guide me into a vintage bathroom. There was a covered cabinet above the sink, and the tub was already full. A thick layer of scud, plus a few dead flies, floated along the surface. Mr. Donovan poured something into the murky water, salt maybe, and ordered me to strip off my t-shirt so I could dip my midsection in. I told him I'd made a miraculous recovery. "Ah, the power of prayer," he said, grinning so wide I could count the back teeth. After that, he announced it was time for bed, despite the fact it wasn't even dark yet. Upstairs, at the very far end of the hall, a huge object spanning the width of both walls was covered by another sheet. We got ushered me into Thomas's room, which was even more dull and lifeless than the rest of the house. A queen-sized bed, one small cupboard, and a single wooden chair tucked in the corner. We needed to share the bed, but only after another round of prayer. Then it was lights out before 9 o'clock. Alone with my friend, I rolled over and asked what religion his family practiced anyway. He gave the vaguest answers possible, and when I pushed him, became hyper-defensive. So I said, "Hey, do you ever want to punch Miss Henry right in her stupid, ugly face?" That made him laugh. Away from his parents, he became more like his school self. Not normal, but closer than before. We argued over who the hottest girl in class was, followed by the most annoying. Without meaning to, I brought up one who always teased him, and it was like all the energy leaked out of my new friend. "I know everybody thinks I'm odd," he sighed. "They just need to get to know you like I did. They'll come around." "You think so?" "Absolutely." He smiled. Then, after a little while, he said, "Hey, want to see something creepy? I'll show you if you think you're brave enough not to wet the bed." I rolled my eyes. He wanted to rattle me like when we played ball. "Sure." "We've got to wait until Mother and Father retire for the night." I kept asking what he had planned, but he wouldn't answer. He got a kick out of keeping me in the dark, I think. He waited until the house fell quiet, and then swung his legs out of bed. "This way." In the chilly, dark hall, enough moonlight shone through the windows beside the staircase to see by. As we tiptoed past several closed doors, that crying returned, growing louder as we approached the object beneath the black sheet. Not my imagination then. Facing me, Thomas whispered, "Don't worry if he looks at you. Just make sure you look away fast. You'll be fine so long as you look away fast." Before I could ask what that meant, he crouched down, grabbed the corner of the sheet, and pulled it back, revealing an antique armoire. Suddenly, the crying became less muffled. A mirrored panel ran along the bottom section, surrounded by fine, gargoyle-like carvings. Still holding the blanket, Thomas pushed his left ear against the carpet and stared at the glass. "He's there. Come look quick." I just wanted to get this over with. I lay down. For a second, I stared at the reflected hall, confused about why we were even there. But then an out-of-place shape caught my eye. I told myself it was my reflection, but then realized I had no reflection. A boy was standing in the corner, with his back to us. His shoulders went up and down like he couldn't stop sobbing. "Do you see him?" Thomas asked. I swallowed a gulp, my blood running cold. "Neato, huh?" My brain scrambled for an explanation. It was a trick, or a nasty prank. I looked behind me. Nothing. Only a bare patch of wall. "He's not there," Thomas said. "Only in the mirror." When I looked back, the boy was much closer and crouched on his side, nose to nose with me. His features were all stretched out, long and narrow like a funhouse mirror, and he had a shock of blonde hair to go with them. His thin lips twisted into a grotesque smile as the boy reached out to me, the tips of his fingers pushing through the glass, into reality. I couldn't move a muscle until his face is only inches away from mine, his breath blasting me in the face like a gust of cold air. I scrambled away. If my throat hadn't hitched itself shut, I would have screamed. Quickly, Thomas dropped the sheet and dragged me up by the shoulder, then shoved me down the hall. Behind us, the armoire thrashed from side to side, its hinges squeaking, the boy crying again. Now his voice had an almost hysterical quality. Back in the safety of his room, Thomas pressed his ear against the door until the armoire quietened down. "We are blessed Father didn't hear," he said. "Now we sleep. Father said we aren't to rise before he wakes us to begin the morning ritual. He must not have been the least bit scared by what we saw, because he ushered me into bed and dozed off straight away. But my body wouldn't quit trembling. What was that thing in the mirror? Were there more of them? Is that why they hung sheets everywhere? But why keep any mirrors at all? One thing was for sure. I couldn't spend the night in that house. But Thomas's dad would never let me go. I needed to get the hell out of there without being seen. After Thomas's breathing eased into a rhythm, I swung my legs onto the floor and tiptoed out of the room toward the stairs. But as I approached the top, footsteps came clomping along. I ducked behind the nearest door. Through the narrow gap, I watched Mr. Donovan march past with a rectangular object tucked beneath his arm. There was a tinkling sound from beneath the sheet. He carried it over to Thomas's room, grunting the whole way, and disappeared through the door. My stomach lurched into my throat. I didn't want to find out what he had planned. I flew down the stairs, carefully, quietly. I kept my hand against the wall for guidance. The front door was locked. My bike still was in the garage, I hoped. But how did I get there from the landing? Above my head, there were angry shouts of, "He's gone!" No time for plans. I sprinted around the ground floor, flying from room to room. Cries rang out in every one, and now the objects beneath the sheets danced on the walls, bouncing around. The crying child sounded terrified now, like they were in pain. Past the kitchen, there was a cramped utility room with another door. The temperature plummeted as I bolted through it, into the garage. The light switch was on the inside wall. I flicked it. Then a naked bulb blinked on. Junk was scattered everywhere. Car parts, stepladders, boxes of old newspapers, and more sheets thrown over different mirrors, each flapping and twisting. There were more cries, except not just the boy, and for a second, I was afraid to move. But then a door slammed shut behind me and I ran for it. My bike was propped up against the wall beside the exit, its handlebar stubbornly tangled with a Christmas tree. After a few tugs, it came loose, and it was like setting off a Rube Goldberg machine. A mop and bucket fell into a stepladder, which clattered to the floor and sent a bag of marbles sprawling across the floor, and so on. I grabbed the bike's handlebars. The exit was one of those old fold-up doors you needed to twist the handle to open. My hands were shaking so badly, I needed to set the bike aside and focus solely on this task. The door rotated up. Behind me, Thomas's dad burst into the room, and for the first time he'd stopped smiling. He rushed after me but struggled to get through the minefield of junk. My bike's rear wheel became tangled with a sheet, and when I started running, it came away like a magician ripping away a tablecloth. I heard the mirror fall to the floor and shatter. Laughter rang out, and when I glanced back over my shoulder, bone-thin arms were reaching out of the glass towards Mr. Donovan. As the garage light rapidly flicked on and off, Mr. Donovan screamed. I will never, as long as I live, forget the terror in that scream. Pure adrenaline got me out of there. Without slowing down, I sprinted to the top of the driveway and leapt onto the bike and flew down the hill. Behind me, screams rang out from deeper in the house. I didn't stop to look back. Mom wasn't pleased about me cycling home so late, but I made up an excuse about Thomas's family getting sick and needing to leave in a hurry, so she let it slide. I knew she'd never believe my story. I tried faking an illness to get out of school because I was so anxious about seeing Thomas again, but she was having none of it. I spent all of Saturday and Sunday wondering about what I'd seen. On Monday, my desk buddy sat without breathing a single word. We never spoke again, and we didn't bump elbows once. To my great relief, Miss Henry announced Thomas's family had moved again the very next day. I never saw him after that, although for a while I had nightmares about his dad dragging me back inside their house, and they tend to flare up any time I see a mirror-fronted armoire. I first saw it happen at work. I'd just finished ringing up a customer when every hair on my neck stood on end. Something in my peripheral vision caught my eye. I work at a board game store, and standing in an alcove peering at the game shelves was a skinny dude with a scraggly beard. His back was to me, but when he turned sideways, right at the edge of my vision, I could see his mouth was gaping wide open, like he was screaming. Weird, right? I glanced up, ready to laugh and ask him what was up. But the dude was just chilling, totally normal face. A slight wrinkle on his forehead, lips pursed as he read the back cover of Wingspan. He looked at me. Yo, I keep hearing about this. Is it any good? Slightly overrated in my opinion, I replied. But many people do seem to enjoy it. I'm trying to find a game my girlfriend might play. She's not really into board games and doesn't like competitive stuff. You have any good co-op games? Might I suggest a roll and write? Technically competitive, but you can't attack or interact with other players and mostly do your own thing on your board. They're also very beginner-friendly. I turned to grab one of the reserved ones from behind the counter, and as I turned back around, I nearly jumped out of my skin because the man had approached, so he was directly in front of the counter, and his mouth was wide open in a scream. Eyes wide, like he was a zombie about to bite me. But it must have been my imagination, because as soon as I looked at him straight on, he just looked back at me, mouth quirked. You all right there, my dude? He asked. Cartographers is our top-selling role and write, I stammered, recovering myself. But every time I took my eyes away from his face, in my periphery, he seemed to be like one of the undead, a corpse with a gaping mouth. I decided to ignore his behavior in the hope that he'd stop. He placed an order for cartographers, and I told him I'd give him a call when his copy came in. As I took down his details, much to my annoyance, he did not stop, but continued to stand in my periphery silently screaming. The next week, when I went in for a haircut, the guy sitting a couple of chairs over was also playing dead. He appeared to be slumped in the barber chair, head lolled to one side, blue eyes wide and unseeing. But the stylist kept flitting around him, scissors snipping, and when I turned to look at him directly, he was no longer playing dead, but instead speaking to the stylist, one hand gesturing from under the cape. Yet, when I looked away a moment later, gone were his gestures. I could hear his voice, but he appeared to be lying motionless in his chair in the corner of my eye. A corpse. When my haircut was finished and I looked over again, he was gone from the chair. This just kept happening. Honestly, I thought it must be some sort of online fad, with people randomly pretending to be dead. The internet has spawned stranger pranks. I don't have much of an online presence and don't keep up with popular memes or TikTok trends. And in my head, it made sense. It remained a relatively rare occurrence for me and mostly happened in large crowds. For example, the airport. That was where I finally figured out the cause. I was on my way to visit family, going through airport security. A little farther behind me in line stood a young couple who were pretending to be corpses whenever I stopped looking at them. It was annoying, and I kept turning my head quickly, hoping to catch them in the act, but they were always behaving normally the moment I looked directly at them. And of course, what should have tipped me off is that no one else in the line was reacting to their behavior. Only I could see it. But at that point, I was still acting under the assumption that everyone else was in on some new TikTok prank, and I wasn't. I'm 42 and definitely give "how do you do fellow kids" vibes by today's social media standards. So anyway, I put my belongings on the conveyor belt, and the couple in my periphery were now 100% normal. Finally, I thought, they stopped pretending. But the moment I collected my stuff and turned around, I nearly shrieked because both of them loomed next to me, standing slouched, faces contorted into death masks. You can't see sharp details in your periphery, but you can catch when someone is making a terrible dead face. But when I looked at them head on to tell them to cut that shit out, they were both normal, staring at me like I was the weird one. The woman actually hid behind her partner. That's when I realized two things. One, that I was the source of the weirdness, and two, that more specifically the source was in my stuff. I felt around in my pockets, my fingers closed on cold metal, and that's when it all clicked for me. I found my father's pocket watch. Now, a little background on this watch. Dad gave it to me the day before he died. It's cracked and doesn't run. He'd had it for as long as I can remember, and when I was little, I asked him why he always carried a broken watch. He told me it was a family heirloom and that the cracks didn't matter because it told time in a different way. Those were his words. When he finally passed it down to me, he looked troubled as he told me, "I don't know if it's a blessing or a curse to be able to see the things it shows." My father told me to sell it, but I never could bring myself to. Dad was always very soft-spoken and polite. He ran an antiques shop that closed after he died. I think he wanted me to run it, but I never had the passion or the interest. Our lives just took different paths. The watch is the one antique he made sure to give to me. What I'm still trying to figure out is why, because as far as I can tell, there's no ambiguity about it. The damn thing is definitely cursed. See, once I knew the source was the watch, it all fell into place. At the end of that family trip, when I came back to work, I followed my hunch and looked up that guy who ordered the cartographer's game. He never came back to pick it up when it came in. I'd kept it sitting on the shelf for him, even though I should have just put it out on the main shelves for people to browse. It still had his name on it, and I searched his details, and right away found his obituary from that same week he'd come into the store. So, that's what Dad meant about the watch telling time in a different way. If I'd known what was going on back when the customer ordered the game, I could have warned him. could have let him know, "Hey bud, maybe grab something that's in stock currently." Better yet, forget the games. Go do whatever it is you want to in your last hours of life. Start checking off that bucket list. Maybe buy something more meaningful, since it'll be your last chance to give your girlfriend a gift. But would he have listened? Looking back, I remember when I was a kid how things would happen with Dad that didn't make sense at the time. He'd get in random arguments with strangers. It was so uncharacteristic because my father wasn't a confrontational man. Always polite. But once in a while at the antique store, I remember he'd step outside with a customer, and the customer would leave upset, yelling or swearing or hysterically sobbing, sometimes leaving so quickly they'd forgot whatever it was they'd purchased. And once too at the mall, Dad was told to leave a store after upsetting an employee. Stuff like that. Now I realize he must have tried to warn people. But did it actually help those people? Any of them? Is the watch a blessing or a curse? The watch wasn't always cracked. Somebody cracked it, hurled it against a wall or the floor, maybe in a moment of frustration. Maybe my grandfather. But he didn't throw it away. He passed it to my dad. Now I wish Dad had sold it. Wish he'd given it to someone else. I know it's not his fault. Everyone has their time. But there are some things that maybe people are just better off not knowing. And maybe Dad thought warning people was the right thing. But I'm team curse on this one. Knowing is definitely a curse. I'd rather not know. I should have thrown this watch away. But, like my father, and his father before, I just didn't. Now it's too late. I'm sitting here at home, and every time I pass the bathroom mirror, every time I catch a glimpse of my reflection at the edge of my vision, it's just too late to unsee my own dead eyes staring back at me. Stay in your vehicle. Back in April of 2013, I went through something that I haven't been able to talk about. I was paid a significant amount of money to stay quiet in return for signing a 10-year agreement to shut the hell up. Now that the time is up, I've considered my options. I could just let this go and never speak of it again. I won't gain anything from speaking out, and I got a lot to lose. But then again, this is just an anonymous post online. Words have less meaning that way. West Virginia. It was hotter than usual, without a whiff of wind. I was coming home from a visit to my aunt. She'd broken her leg and couldn't leave her house. I was making my way back home, taking the I-64 out of Lewisburg. It started with the radio. It was playing that one Macklemore song I'd heard 100 times over. The sound was cutting in and out in a quick staccato, then disappeared completely. I could hear cars honking up front as a line began to form. There was a sway in the trees, as if greater and greater pressure was being put on them. I could hear wind rushing against the left side of the car, forcing me to pull the other way to compensate. I closed the sunroof as a dust cloud blew past, staining the windshield. Then a rumble. It sounded like thunder, but from the ground, like a groaning bellow growing louder and clearer by the second. As it reached its peak, I could see trees toppling over. A small Kia got pushed off balance and swerved off the road. As the sound died down, the road devolved into chaos. Some were desperately changing lanes. Others were stepping on the brakes. I got my door scraped as the car behind me sped past. The radio was playing an automated message. A local emergency alert referred to as a geological event. We were asked to turn off all air conditioning, slow down, and divert to the nearest exit. It repeated in a monotone voice. Geological event, no air conditioning, slow down, divert to nearest exit. Minutes passed. There was a line forming further down the road. Police officers blocking the lanes in all directions, leaving a highway exit as the only option. Some folks were trying to push past the barricades, but were forced back at gunpoint. I could see officers wearing gas masks and riot shields. We were waved in. I followed the exit and got directed to the right. There was an open field that was used as a sort of impromptu parking lot. Cars were being waved in and parked in a way that boxed us in, leaving no room for us to open our doors in either direction unless we got parked at the edge. 4 lines of cars with about 10-15 vehicles per line. Surplus vehicles were directed further down the road. The place was packed. I got stuck in the second row, About 6 cars in, pretty much everyone around me were on their phones. I didn't have anyone to call, but there seemed to be an issue getting a signal through. The radio was still repeating the emergency message. Voices were getting louder. A man 2 cars to my left leaned out of a gap in the door, screaming at the officers to answer his question. They responded immediately with a warning shot. Straight into the air. Stay in your vehicle, they screamed. Lock your doors. I'm not telling you again. A couple of folks were filming, but there seemed to be trouble uploading. We were losing bandwidth. It didn't take long until phone signals were completely blocked. I think a video or 2 of that officer firing into the air made it online. They were patrolling back and forth. We were told to stay in our vehicles, windows up, doors closed and locked, engines off. I could hear people talking in the other cars. Someone said there'd been a natural gas leak from the geological event, and that combustible engines could spark an explosion. Others were talking about a terrorist attack. There were no answers, and the officers weren't eager to talk. After about an hour, things were getting ugly. People were hungry, thirsty, and restless. One officer stepped up on the front cars, handing out water bottles, crackers, and processed cheese slices. He had to step from one car to another, denting the hoods with his steel-tipped shoes. They were also handing out thick black plastic hygiene bags for people who needed to relieve themselves. Use 'em, seal 'em, drop 'em out the door, then lock up and wait. I'd crawled into the back seat, pulled down my cap, and tried to relax. I'd been playing some games on my phone, but the battery was running low. I wanted to save some, so I settled for having a nap instead. The sweat was stinging my eyes, not because of how warm it was, but because of how nervous I was. No matter what I did, I felt trapped, and the car felt smaller and smaller. I couldn't get out if I wanted to, and it physically hurt me to think about how little control I had. Is that what claustrophobia feels like? A couple of officers were discussing something by the front line. One of them had a white cotton glove on, which he used to wipe off the hood of one of the front cars. The glove was taken off and put into a bag, which in turn was sealed with a hot air gun. I was getting the impression that our cars had been covered in something. I wasn't the only one considering it. There were 2 college kids in the car to my left, and they were discussing it too. Anthrax, one of them said. Gotta be. Nah, gold dust. The other chuckled. They don't want to share. You know what? The first groaned. I honest to God hope you're right. You're not, but I hope you are. Fuck you. I joined in the conversation shortly after. I offered another explanation. Something combustible. Something that might blow up if we started our cars. They were willing to consider this. The car behind me couldn't hear us, but the driver held up a notebook with the text. If we dunno what it's gotta be aliens. I couldn't tell if they were serious, but they weren't laughing about it. A man in his 50s and what looked like his daughter. There were a couple of other folks in the other cars. A man in a black shirt, sort of looked like a preacher without a collar. 2 middle-aged women with a kid in the back seat. A fat man blaring Johnny Cash from his stereo. A couple with a teenage son who couldn't stop drumming on the windows. We'd been stuck for about 2, maybe 2.5 hours, when a truck rolled in. One of those with a large water tank. It was unmarked, looked civilian. As it rolled in, they were calling out on the megaphone. We'll be hosing your vehicles down, they said. Keep everything locked and closed. Then we'll be covering your vehicle with protective plastic while we wait for it to dry. After that, we'll start letting you go in an orderly manner. I repeat, most of us were relieved. It was only a matter of time now. It was getting dark. They were getting up on the cars, hosing them down thoroughly. It smelled of chlorine, so maybe they'd mixed something into the water. As they came to my car, they stepped up on it and double-checked the sunroof, making sure it was locked and secured. They sprayed the car down, bathing it in chemical stink, the kind that gets stuck to the back of your throat. It took a long time for them to finish, at least an hour or 2. After that, they were rolling out a kind of plastic cover at the short side of the lot, the kind you use to protect pools or rain covers for football fields. They used 2 squad cars to slowly drape the thing over the entire lot, securing the edges with large rocks. Please stay calm, they called out as the plastic crawled over us. I know this is uncomfortable, but this is for your own safety. Once the cleaning is done, you will be free to go. Stay inside your vehicle at all times. I repeat, I did as I was told. I stayed inside and I watched that plastic cover sweep over me. It felt like getting buried alive. All lights went out, leaving me in complete darkness, accompanied only by the vague, disembodied voices of the others. The college kids were talking about where they were going to go after this. Someone was honking, not sure if it was to show support or discontent. Someone else was cheering. I took my last swig of water, washing down my final plain cracker. I got back in the driver's seat. I could hear as they finished moving the plastic cover and parking their squad vehicles. I waited patiently, figuring it'd be maybe another hour or so. They hadn't really given us a timeline, but I could breathe a little easier. Sort of. I was going back and forth between feeling empowered with my hands on the wheel and feeling like I was stuck in a metal coffin. It was so dark, and everything smelt of plastic and chemicals, like a car wash stuck in time. As the excitement died down, I paid more attention to the background sounds. I tried to filter out the various discussions from the nearby cars, and somewhere in the distance, I heard raised voices. It wasn't coming from the cars, but the officers. Whatever they were talking about, it was a heated discussion. An hour came and went, and people were getting impatient. More cars were honking. Others were yelling, demanding answers. I couldn't get my leg to stop shaking. The more I thought about getting out of there, the smaller the car felt. I was hyper-focusing on things I couldn't control. I was a little thirsty, and I was out of water. I needed to use the bathroom. I wanted to stretch my legs and go for a walk. I wanted to breathe fresh air and get that awful chemical taste out of my mouth. I heard cars starting, accelerating. The truck was moving, somewhere off to the side. "We need you to stay in your vehicle," a voice screamed over the megaphone. "Do not leave for any reason. Stay in your vehicle." Cars speeding off? Not many, but a couple. Then, quiet. The officers left us there. Everyone was quiet. A couple of folks had opened up their phones, using them as flashlights to look from car to car. Looking out at the sea of vehicles, all of us trapped under that dark cover, I could see a handful of lights cut off by sharp silhouettes. I couldn't make out who was who in the dark. It was all just people. Anonymous. I heard a gasp somewhere in the back. There was a metallic clunk, like when the officers climbed atop our cars to get us our water. There was a careful cheer as some folks figured they were taking off the plastic cover. But that wasn't it. Instead, there were more footsteps. The cheers slowly died down as more and more footsteps pattered across our cars. I stopped counting after a dozen. The silhouettes in the other cars were still. We all held our breaths, waiting for an answer to show itself. What the hell was going on? What was that sound? Somewhere off to my right, I heard a voice. "Who's up there?" It sounded like an older man. I'd seen a pickup truck that way earlier. Almost as a response, the footsteps stopped. There was a faint clicking sound, like someone snapping their tongue against the roof of their mouth. Click, click. And from further away, a click in response. From somewhere to my left, another couple clicks. Then, a cascade of clicks. Dozens, maybe hundreds. There was an awful metallic noise coming from my right. Then, breaking glass. A scream cut short, followed by several irregular taps of the car horn. One of the silhouettes in the distance turned into a blur as something passed through the windshield, cutting through the plastic cover. Somewhere in the front row, the roof of a car was cut wide open. Someone was pulled up out of their seat. 2 cars back from where I was, there was more glass breaking. It sounded like a wild animal got in. I could see a weak hint of red spattered against the passenger side windows. I wasn't getting any air. I could feel my heart beating through my chest as my arms started shaking. My hands were cramped around the steering wheel, and I felt sweat dripping down my shoulders. I couldn't control it. I didn't even see what was going on. But these sounds, these screams, they awakened something primal. This was danger, a threat. My body knew long before I did. The college kids in the other car were ducking down. One of them waved a hand at me, as if telling me to get down. I nodded. I scrambled into the back seat. I couldn't see where I was putting my hands or my feet. Everything is different in the dark. As I tumbled my way over, my foot accidentally tapped the car horn. It was a quick tap, a fraction of a second, but to me, it was the loudest sound in the world. I was lying on my stomach in the back seat, and within seconds, something heavy climbed onto the hood of my car. I could feel the car buckling. It was much heavier than the man who'd passed out water bottles. I held my hands in front of my mouth to stop the panting, but I just ended up snorting up sweat instead. My nose stung as I bit my tongue, listening to every metallic groan as whatever was outside moved and shifted. Click, click. And from behind my car, a click in response. There were no lights being held up anymore. Everyone was cowering, going quiet. I pushed myself up against the door behind the driver's seat, trying to make myself as small as possible. I could hear the frame of the car complain as something slowly moved. When it came to my sunroof, there was a slight crack. That made it stop. Another crack. I silently shook my head as if trying to ask the car to stop. That thing was going to break. And it did. My legs were showered with glass as a big blob of plastic cover dipped into my car. Something big came tumbling into the front seat, still covered in protective plastic. It twitched and spun around, its clicking turning from a careful question-like noise to a never-ending barrage. It was calling for help, alerting others, and it was cutting its way through the plastic. There were footsteps coming from every direction, some of them leaping from car to car, some of them leaping far enough to skip a car as they hurried. I was going to be swarmed within seconds. I fumbled with my hands, accidentally cutting my thumb on the broken glass. I managed to open the passenger side door, but even at its widest, and even when pressing into the college kid's car, it wasn't enough room to get out. Still, I had to try. I pressed myself into the gap and exhaled as much as I could, flattening my chest. While the thing thrashed around inside my car, I could feel my vision going faint. Black spots popped up at the edge of my vision. My arms were going weak. And yet, by some miracle, I made it through. As my face hit the gravel of the makeshift parking lot, I felt the burn of residual chemicals. I swallowed my instinct to run, instead staying on my stomach, forcing myself to crawl under my car. There were more of them, some climbing on, some off. My chest was pressed to the ground as the weight shifted. I heard breaking glass from the windshield and tearing fabric. Something was stuck up there, and it was furious, like a trapped animal. I could hear the college kids mumbling to one another, trying to stay calm, one assuring the other that all they had to do was stay low, stay quiet, and wait. Then something slammed into the passenger side door, the one I'd crawled out of. The door was pressed up against the neighboring car, then fell haphazardly to the ground, completely off the hinges. An ink-black bird-like foot touched the ground right next to me. I've looked it up since. There were 3 toes forward, 1 toe backward, all clawed. Anisodactyl feet, similar to that of many birds of prey, except larger than a human foot, and with smooth, oil-slick skin. It must have been heavy, at least 400 pounds. If the clicking noise came from its mouth, I can approximate that it was somewhere around 6'7" to 6'9". Or taller, it could have been hunched over. How it managed to walk in the gap between the vehicles is beyond me, but I suspect it was very thin. It daintily walked from my car to the others, as if scanning for something. I could barely see anything in the dark, but this thing seemed to navigate it perfectly. It didn't bump into anything. There was a tap on the glass of the car behind me to my right, and someone got startled. A short scream, and the hunt was on. This time was different. It must have caused some kind of chain reaction, as all of a sudden, the plastic cover was getting torn up left and right. People were clawing their way out of their cars. I heard someone kicking against their windshield. Another was trying to open their door. I could hear it slamming against the side of the car next to them. And off in the distance, there was gunfire. Just a couple of shots. The college kids in the car next to me slammed their doors open and followed my lead. They rolled onto the ground and under their car. There was a little more light coming in as the cover had been torn above. Their faces were red from tears, and one of them was desperately trying to call for help on his phone. The other grabbed the phone out of his hand. A short scuffle ensued, ending with them putting on a ringtone and sliding the thing as far to the left as they could. Whatever car that phone landed under was demolished. Every window broken, every passenger gone. I could hear the grinding as a seat was ripped in two and thrown away. In a matter of seconds, an entire vehicle was torn to pieces as a dozen of those things swarmed it. "Shut up," one of the college kids repeated. "Shut up, shut up, shut up." Something reached under my car. It scraped against the sole of my shoe, tearing a hole all the way to my big toe. I hurried forward, scurrying like a lizard. The college kids noticed and followed suit. I don't think they thought about it too much. It was just movement, and they went for it. I made it 2 cars down before I got stuck. There was something dark in the way, and I couldn't get around it without exposing myself. I couldn't see what it was, but it didn't take long for me to figure it out. There was a meaty crunch, as if someone was biting chunks out a piece of meat. It was struggling to get through the fabric of their clothes, making a snapping noise as threads gave way. A pool of blood rolled under the car, staining the tip of my fingers. It was still warm. One of those things were eating a victim. I hunkered down, trying to remember to breathe. And I stayed there, waiting for a chance. Any chance. I must have stayed there for at least an hour, hearing every bite, every crack of bone and snap of sinew. Satisfied clicking noises. As it finished its meal, it wandered off, dragging the remains along. They were moving forward. Something heavy walked over the car I was hiding under, dragging a body along. Slowly, the footsteps disappeared. It was quiet again. And in that quiet, I found my footing. I made my way to the edge of the plastic cover. I listened one final time, pushed one of the weights away, and slipped through. They were gone, and I was out. I could feel my chest growing lighter, allowing me to breathe. I wanted to cry from relief. A breeze was picking up, drying the sweat on my brow and carrying the smell of grass. Stepping back, I turned towards the sea of cars to see how bad the damage was. And then I saw one. It was a bit off to the side, perching on top of an old Honda. At a glance, it looked like a tall person, covered in a slick black ink. But looking closer, you could see the strange bird-like feet, the pointed nails, the long row of shark-like teeth on a mouth that was far too wide. I froze. The thing rose to its full length, easily over 7 feet tall. It looked ready to pounce on me. I had nothing to defend myself with. I couldn't make any sudden moves. I wouldn't even be halfway under the car before that thing would be over me. 100 thoughts raced through my mind, but there was nothing I could do. I was out of options. But the thing just looked at me. It raised a slice of raw meat. Blood dripped onto the plastic cover. It looked at me curiously, taking a bite. Then, as if nothing had happened, it wandered off, satiated. I was left there, shaking like a dry leaf. And with the last of those things gone, all that was left was the panic. It didn't take long for the officers to return. The plastic cover was removed, but we couldn't go home. Not after this. Some folks signed a waiver and were let go immediately. They weren't allowed to talk about what they'd seen, and in return, they'd get a hefty sum of insurance money. Others demanded answers and were taken into custody for obstruction of justice. A few others still were too panicked to make any kind of sense and had to be checked out by medical personnel. A total of 14 people died. It was described by a combination of causes: a traffic pileup, carbon monoxide poisoning, animal attack. I think there was something about an escaped convict too. Excuses all over the place, and the times were all wrong, spread out through a couple of days to more smoothly blend into accident statistics. And if you wanted to go home and get your insurance money, you had to sign a non-disclosure. I did too. I know the college kids did as well. Goddamn miracle they made it out. But I saw them. 34 cars had to be towed. 18 people wounded. 6 seriously so. 4 people lost at least one limb. One guy had an arm ripped off halfway up his collarbone. I don't know how he survived. Most people never saw those things up close. They just remember the screams and the breaking glass. Sometimes at night, that's all I hear too. Closing my eyes reminds me of lying under those cars, feeling the pressure as the weight shifted. I still get trouble breathing. I think a part of me is still stuck there. It stayed in my vehicle. I just found my wife outside. I'm sitting here freaking out. It's 3:17 a.m. and I just found my wife outside. This is going to be a mess as I'm still shaking, but let me explain it as best I can. So a bunch of years ago, we lived in another house. One night, I woke up in the middle of the night because I heard noises coming from the other half of the house. I quietly opened the bedroom door and immediately saw a light on in my wife's study, which was situated next to the kitchen. The house we lived in was a few blocks away from the bad neighborhood, so my immediate thought was that someone had broken in and was going through the stuff in my wife's room, as my wife had come to bed with me several hours prior, and as far as I knew, she was still in bed. I crept through the house and was ready to confront the person in the room when I realized that it was my wife. In my still half-asleep state, I just assumed she was still in bed. Turns out she had woken up, couldn't get back to sleep, and so went to her room to browse Facebook or whatever for a while. I had almost confronted my own wife thinking she was a burglar. Now, in our current house, we have a screen door and a wooden door. The wooden door has a deadbolt on it, and you have to make sure that you take the house keys with you, because if you close the wooden door, you're not getting back in unless you grab the hidden spare key or knock on the door window to be let back in. So it's about an hour ago I'm woken up by the front door rattling. I immediately grab my phone and pull up the security camera located right by the front door. To my surprise, I see my wife standing there, kinda shivering. It's definitely her, because we've been married over a decade and I know what my own wife looks like. She's dressed in the same clothing she wore today, a red top and black pants. 100% her. I don't know what she's doing outside, but she is. Confused, I roll over and there's my wife fast asleep. Remembering the incident in our last place, I use my phone screen to shine a light on her and confirm that it's definitely her, and she's definitely in the bed. At this point, I'm really confused. I get up and make my way through the house to the front door. As I walk into the lounge room, our cat looks up at me half asleep. Normally, she's super curious about stuff going on outside, and I would have thought that hearing the screen door rattling would have caused her to be at the door trying to see what's going on. But it's as if she hasn't heard a thing. I stand by the door and call out, "Who is it?" "It's me. Hurry up and let me back in. I'm freezing." I went outside because I heard something but forgot to take the keys in my bag with me. That absolutely sounds like my wife. Accent, intonation, knowledge about where her set of keys are. Everything. But I'm not convinced because I've just seen her sleeping in the bed with my own eyes. "Hold on a second," I tell her. Now I'm heading back through the house and into the bedroom. I wake up my wife and say, "This is really fucking weird. You have to see this." I open the camera app and show her the front door. She's still at the door, looking around, wondering what I'm doing, because all I need to do to let her back in is turn the handle on the deadbolt and open the door. My wife says, "What the fuck? When was that recorded?" I tell her it's not. This is live. You're standing outside by the front door. I just went down there and asked who it was, and your voice told me it was you and that I should let you back in because you're freezing and you left your keys in your bag. My wife gets up and peers through the bedroom window, as you can just see the front door alcove from there. She gasps and pulls the curtain shut. She turns around, and I'll never forget the look on her face as long as I live. She's terrified. "That's me," she says. At this point, I'm freaked the fuck out. I'm wide awake. I'm speaking to my wife, and I'm physically touching her while trying to peer out the window with her. But there she is, standing outside in the very outfit she wore today. Same hair, same glasses, same everything. We walk into the lounge room, and I grab the big torch I have. It's a big, sturdy metal, super bright light, great for blinding people and hitting them if they get too close. We stand by the door again. "What's your name?" I ask. She tells me her full name, including her middle name. It's correct. "What's your birth date?" She tells me. It's also correct. "What did we have for dinner tonight?" She tells me this too, and tells me that I cooked it. This is right too. I can hear my real wife standing next to me, trying to control her breathing as she's scared out of her wits. I nudge her and whisper, "Ask her something only you would know." After a moment to steady herself and think of something, she speaks. "When we last stayed with my parents, what change had Dad made to my old room?" There was a pause. "Who is that?" the person outside said. "Why aren't you letting me in?" "You know it's me. You're starting to freak me out here." "Who is that inside with you?" "Is that a recording of me?" "What's going on here?" I said. "Answer the question. What change had been made to your room when we last visited?" Another pause. Then finally, There was a second bed added, as Max and Damien, my brother-in-law's 2 kids, sleep in there while visiting Mom and Dad. There's an audible gasp from my wife next to me. Now we're both freaked out. I grab her hand and lead her back into the bedroom and turn the lights on. We're still awake, watching the cameras. The other person walked towards the backyard, presumably to grab the spare key, but that was about 40 minutes ago and I haven't seen them since. I'm too shit scared to go to bed because I'm scared that this person, who knew everything about my wife, will find the spare key and enter. I don't know who the fuck they really are or what they want, but I'm not sleeping. There's only 5 of us on this camping trip. We keep counting 6. There were bright flashes of red in the sky. It's as if someone was waving around a flare light from space, faint but noticeable. We all made UFO jokes and laughed as we nailed our tents into the ground. I knew for sure that there were 5 of us. We have all been friends since early middle school, and we're celebrating our high school graduation with this getaway camping trip. The flashes of red must have stopped randomly as we made conversation while fixing up our tents. Dave managed to put his tent together the fastest and told us he was going to find some branches for the fire. I remember how he had worked with me at the local gas station last year. We used to do the night shift together, and it had made working at a desolate gas station much more fun than it was supposed to be. There was also Eric in the corner still reading his tent manual, fidgeting with his signature round glasses. I wasn't as close with Eric as I was with the others, but I still remember sitting with him in math class and copying his homework one time. Ava was also there talking with Sally, my cousin. Both had decided to team up and work on one tent at a time. I also have clear memories of them, hanging around at school in our usual places. In fact, I even knew Ava's younger brother, as he used to beg to go with us wherever we went. I bring all this up because I'm sure that there were 5 of us, including me, and that I knew everyone in the group. So Dave had went to get some branches as we pulled out some foldable chairs and set them up around the fire pit. I remember feeling uneasy as the sun set and darkness began to consume the forest. The shadows of trees elongated around us as the minutes ticked by. Eric went to get a flashlight from his bag while we wondered what was taking Dave so long. He appeared soon after, the harsh rustling sounds of the bushes signifying his return. We were all buried in our chairs at this point, covered by our jackets. The temperature had dropped quickly, and a slight breeze was beginning to pick up. "Geez, you guys weren't even bothered to pull out a chair for me," Dave said as he arranged all the branches in the pit. We had set up 5 chairs around the fire. I tried to rationalize the situation, but no matter how hard I focused, my head felt like it was underwater. I had perfect clarity up until that moment, but when I tried to focus on why 5 chairs were occupied when Dave hadn't sat down yet, my head seemed to just stop working, as if something was reaching in and pulling out my thoughts. Instinctually, I felt even more uneasy now, and I had placed why. The whole forest had gone dead silent. I looked around at the faces of the others and could tell that they had felt the same. Eric was fidgeting with his fingers, trying to scan around the group and spot the extra person, but it was futile. I scanned every face, each etched in worry and frowning in frustration, except for, "It's all right. I'll get the chair myself," Dave said, breaking the silence and somewhat alleviating the tension. I got up and offered to help him. He looked into my eyes, and nodded knowingly. We headed away from the fire pit towards the tents, but I kept my eyes glued on our group. "How many people are here?" I whispered to Dave as he looked around and realized that we had indeed only packed 5 chairs. In fact, every person had brought with them their own chair. They were heavy to carry, and we wouldn't bring any extra needlessly. "There's 5, right?" "I mean, there's 5 chairs," Dave replied. His voice wavered as he spoke. "No, I just think maybe one of us forgot our chair," I said. My mind was struggling to address the issue head on, and now sought to find rational excuses instead. I didn't quite feel in control of my thoughts. It felt like swimming in a dream, and if I tried to force myself to think about who the 6th person was, my head would begin to throb. "Yeah, that sounds about right actually," Dave said, relaxing and heading back to the group. When we walked back to the fire pit and circle of chairs, 2 chairs were empty, one for me and one for Dave. Everything was adding up now, even though we all agreed it wasn't before. Sally suggested we were all probably tired after the long hike to get here and probably just needed some sleep. She could have been right. We were all sleep deprived from waking up very early today to make it on time. Ava brought out the drinks. The whole 6-pack was emptied. We all moved closer to the crackling fire for warmth as we took sips from our cans and reminisced on memories of last year. Ava was in the middle of telling us about that one time she was home alone with weird things happening in her house when I got these sudden chills despite the pleasant warmth of the fire. What felt cozy and safe moments ago felt wrong now, all because I realized that there was a crucial detail I missed. "Who started the fire?" I asked, completely interrupting Ava in the middle of her story and breaking everyone else's immersion. Everyone looked momentarily annoyed until they realized they had no answer. Once again, I scanned the faces staring back at me, all barely illuminated by the light from the fire, all familiar and pale from fear. "Wasn't it you, Dave?" Eric asked. Dave shook his head. "I think the person standing behind Jenny did it," Sally said, looking over at me. I whipped my head around so quickly it hurt. My heart was pounding in my ears. There was nothing behind me except for the encompassing darkness of the woods. Staring at those tall, dark trees behind me made me feel exposed. I felt like a lost bird in a vast field. "Wait, I mean, I don't know," Sally said. Her eyes had gone wide and she was shaking visibly. She continued to look around frantically as Ava moved over to her, placing her hands on her shoulders and trying to calm her down. "I think we should leave this place," Ava stuttered. "Yeah, something just doesn't feel right, but I can't put my finger on it," Dave said. "But it's so dark out in the forest now. We'd probably get lost if we leave now." Someone else said, "Yeah, I think we should stay the night and leave as soon as we can tomorrow," Eric agreed. I tried to protest, but realized Eric was right. The woods harbored an oppressive darkness within which navigation would be near impossible. "Let's not sleep in our separate tents just to be safe," Sally said. We all agreed. We only brought 1-person tents with us, but we could squeeze 2 if we tried. That way, no one would be alone at night. Following this conversation, we all got up and made our pairs. I went with Dave and Sally, like always went with Ava. Eric kept complaining that he didn't have a pair, but we reassured him he did. He wouldn't accept it. I feel like at some point, we all realized that there were only 5 of us, and suddenly, we were all huddling up in the middle of the clearing. "Why do we keep thinking there are 6 of us here?" Eric asked. Sweat was dripping down his face despite the cold. We had nearly left him all alone on his own under the assumption that there was another person. My stomach turned as I squeezed my eyes shut and tried to mentally recap everyone here. My head throbbed, but I kept pushing it. "There's me, Dave, Eric, Ava, Sally, and..." I was pointing at each of them as I said the name. I retched and emptied the contents of my stomach on the ground when I got past Sally. The left side of my head felt like there was a knife stuck in it. My vision was blurry. Dave held me up to stop me from collapsing, and we all wordlessly started to move towards the tents as someone put the fire out. Dave helped me into a tent, while the 4 outside discussed what to do. I could only focus on snippets of the conversation as the excruciating pain beating against my skull came and went in waves. Sally had the brilliant idea of arranging 3 tents together so their openings faced together at right angles in a sort of U shape so we could sleep as close as possible and also limit the entrance to our tents. Dave was about to go to help as they worked outside, but I clutched his hand and asked him to stay with me. The tents took some time to arrange. I started to feel a bit better once everyone got settled into their tents. A quick head count confirmed there were 5 of us. Eric would have to sleep in his tent alone, but he was more comfortable with it since all the tents were very close now. Looking back now, I think he was just trying to put a brave face on for us. I regret that moment deeply, letting him sleep in his tent alone. He was always less integrated in our group and knew that none of us would pair with him. Just before going to bed, we all agreed to leave as soon as the sun rose in the morning. I remember taking one last look outside the tent into the forest before trying to fall asleep. The wind had picked up and the tree branches were swaying gently. Beyond our clearing was just pure darkness. It felt like the trees were closing in on me. With the faint moonlight illuminating our clearing, I turned my head to look over at the 2 tents we had left out and saw someone standing next to them. Despite the circumstances, sleep came quickly and easily. Ava's shrill scream woke me up in the middle of the night. Dave and I ripped our tent door open to find Sally and Ava looking into Eric's tent. We pushed them aside. Eric's sleeping bag was rolled up. He was still inside it, his head in the center, face contorted in utter agony. The rest of his body rolled around it with the blue fabric now dripping with dark blood. Dave zipped up the door of the tent. Ava was in shock. Her eyes had become glassy and unfocused. Sally was shaking her repeatedly, tears streaming down her face. Dave picked up his torch and yelled at us to get up and run. We left the campsite behind and entered the trail we had come from. The 5 of us huddled together, Dave leading in the front as he cast his weak flashlight over the path so we could see it. All we had to help us get through this 2-hour trail was a small white circle of light. Even the moon failed to illuminate our surroundings through the dense foliage. Ava tripped and fell, twisting her ankle. We came to a stop. Someone said they knew how to splint it so we could keep going. They dragged her into the woods instead. It happened too quickly for any of us to process. Sally was about to run after Ava when Dave held her back. She struggled and managed to free herself, running into the trees to follow the echoes of Ava's screams. I was about to run after her, but Dave held me by the shoulders and shook me hard. "We need to get out of here, Jenny, please," he said. I hesitated, but jolted into motion again when Sally's voice was cut off abruptly. She had been calling out Ava's name as she ran after her. Dave and I continued to run down the trail, trying to get to our car so we could get out of here. There was nothing we could do. At some point, there were 3 of us running on the trail, Dave and I shoulder to shoulder while someone followed us closely behind. "Dave, who's behind us?" I gasped. My heart was threatening to burst through my ribcage and my legs burned. He turned to look at me. Confusion transformed into fear on his face and then into rage. "You keep running," he told me as he produced a pocket knife from his pants. He handed me the car keys, which I nearly dropped. Then he turned around suddenly and jumped at whoever was behind us. I continued to run in fear as the sounds of a struggle grew behind me. I tripped and tumbled through the trail for what felt like hours. I didn't allow myself to stop. I almost cried when the trail ended, and I walked out into the familiar car park. Not wasting a second, I ran to the car and started it up, accelerating out of that forest and onto the highway within mere seconds. I'm typing this post out at a rest stop. My phone has finally regained service, and I've called 911 to try and explain the situation. I don't think they believe my version of events, but they sent a car my way regardless. As I wait, the sun is finally starting to rise. After I hit the post button on this, I'm gonna check why the person in my back seat has been so silent the whole time. My roommate has been in the shower for more than 4 hours, so I got home at around 11 p.m. Late night at the office turned into an even later night at the bar. About 4 drinks deep at this point, and I'm tired, just about ready to fall asleep, as I stumble through the doorway. I lay down on the couch and reach for my bag of joints and spark one up as I pull YouTube on my laptop. I'm in the middle of watching some luxury cruise tour, close passing out, when I hear the front door open. I sit up and turn my head slightly, just enough to see my roommate coming in. He hangs his jacket in the closet and doesn't say anything and walks slowly to his room, which is normal enough. I'd been living with him for about 3 months, long enough for me to pick up on most of his tendencies. The guy really doesn't talk unless spoken to, which was far from a problem for me. He also generally kept things clean on his end, never causing much in the way of problems. I really couldn't complain. So I go back to watching YouTube, and about 5 minutes later I hear the shower in his room turning on. Once again, nothing strange. At this point, I'm watching bare-knuckle boxing highlights with my eyes half open, maybe 1 or 2 minutes away from passing out. I remembering waking up in darkness, my head hurting, my throat dry as hell. I sat up slowly, waiting for the grogginess to settle into something manageable. Once it did, I grabbed my phone, checked the time. Around 3:30 a.m. from what I remember. I was starving, and so I got up, began walking towards the fridge. And then I noticed it. A soft but ever-present noise in the background. It took me a few seconds to really recognize what it was. The shower. Suddenly, the events of last night began replaying in my head. Drinking at the bar, Ubering home, laptop, couch, my roommate coming home, the shower turning on. I stood there for a while trying to make sense of it. Maybe he went to bed and forgot to turn it off? I shook my head. There's no way that happened, I thought. Maybe he slipped and fell? Realizing the implications of this, I rushed towards his room, but found his bathroom door locked. I began pounding on it. "Hey man, you all right?" No response. I considered kicking the door down, but decided to call 911 before I did that. I took my phone out, preparing to dial, when I noticed that I had an unread text, one from my roommate. "Hey man, I couldn't sleep, so I went over to my girlfriend's place. Not sure when I'll be back." Sent 2 hours ago. I look at the bathroom door, then back down at my phone. Everything about this was wrong. First of all, my roommate barely texts me, and certainly never to tell me that he's going out. Second of all, I know for a fact that he's single and has been for a while. And third of all, who the fuck was in the shower then? I tried calling him. No answer. Sent him some texts, but no response. I walked over to his desk and saw that his keys and wallet were still beside his laptop. My head's starting to spin at this point, and I get out of there, go back into the living room, and turn on the lights. I'm pacing around in a circle, trying to follow the plot, while also trying to ignore the shower, a noise that I never could have imagined being so dreadful in any context. Sometime later, I hear something vibrating on the kitchen counter. I move towards it and see that it's a phone. My roommate's phone. The panic begins setting in, and immediately I grab my keys and run out of the apartment. I make my way down the hall and take the stairs down to the lobby, but even that doesn't seem far enough away, and so I make my way over to the McDonald's across the street. I sit there for a while, considering calling the cops, but for some reason feeling too nervous to do so. But even though there's hardly anybody in there, the place begins to feel suffocating, and I decide to leave, walking back out onto the empty streets. Almost immediately, I get this feeling that I'm being watched, and I feel my gaze drifting up and towards the apartment. Soon, I'm looking at my balcony, and I see somebody standing there. A dark figure stood completely straight, stiff to the point where it nearly resembles a mannequin. But it isn't one. If I look closely, I can see it just slightly swaying. I froze in place, my mind hardly able to understand or accept what it was seeing. It's not my roommate. It's too tall. In fact, it's too tall to be anybody I know. Its head nearly scraping the bottom of the balcony above. No matter how hard I tried, I couldn't make out any of its details. The darkness and distance may have been enough to explain that away, but there was something about it that drove me towards a different conclusion. that this thing simply possessed no details that could have been observed, that the only element of its composition was that of unadulterated darkness. Of course, my gut instinct was to get the hell away from it, but the voice in my head was telling me that if I were to try and run, this thing would end up following me. I went back into the McDonald's instead, locking myself in the bathroom as I finally dialed 911. I told the operator that somebody had broken into my place, but that I had gotten out of there without them noticing, but that they were still in there. It was the story that most accurately represented the situation without making me come across as batshit. The operator told me that they'd be sending somebody over for me to hang tight. I left the bathroom waiting at the table closest to the exit until I could see the red and blue lights cutting through the darkness. I went outside to meet the cops, looking up at the balcony to find it empty, though the door to the living room had been left open. They pelted me with a bunch of questions that I found difficult to answer. Is the intruder armed? Do I have an idea who it might be? What are their intentions? I told them I didn't know, that I couldn't figure it out, but they just kept on asking. Soon, I was practically yelling at them to go up there and check it out for themselves. And I suppose the terror in my voice was enough for them to begin taking this seriously. They told me to wait by the entrance, and I watched on as they entered the building. I was out there for a long time, growing increasingly anxious at the thought of what they were going to tell me when they came down. A few minutes later, the silence was broken by a single, muffled gunshot. My heart dropped into my stomach, and I continued to wait there, unsure of what to do otherwise. 20 more minutes of silence and the officers still hadn't come down. Soon, I could hear more of them approaching in the distance. Before I knew it, 4 more cop cars had pulled up around me, and the scene had fallen into chaos. Officers shouting over each other and into their radios, more questions being hurled my way, none of which I was able to answer. The next few sequences were mostly a blur, but I remember the building being evacuated, the tenants frightened and confused as they were ushered outside while the officers became more and more frantic. I remembered hearing more scattered gunshots, some screaming, other noises that were difficult to make sense of. There were a few lapses in my memory after that, but I recall being pushed into the back of a police car. After being driven to the station, I was led into one of the interrogation rooms where I found 2 nondescript men in suits waiting for me. They didn't introduce themselves and immediately went into a series of questions, each one more bizarre than the last. What company was your roommate employed by? What was the nature of his job? How many different people have been inside your apartment since your roommate moved in? Have you ever heard voices inside the apartment from the hours of midnight to 3 a.m.? Voices that did not belong to your roommate? Have you ever seen a circle of people standing outside of the apartment from the hours of midnight to 3 a.m.? People that were exceptionally tall? And one of the most unsettling ones, have you ever seen somebody standing at the foot of your bed upon waking up between the hours of midnight to 3 a.m., only for them to disappear moments later? If so, do you remember what they looked like? Any distinct features? As they continued probing me, my mind began conjuring up some of the strange shit that had happened after my roommate had moved in. Shit that I had written off as figments of my imagination, simply because I had no other explanation for them. I did hear the voices, always coming from the room next to mine where my roommate slept. I was always so tired when I heard them, but I do remember it either sounding like a young woman or a man with an extremely deep voice. I could never make out any words. It always sounded like gibberish. And then there was that one time where I went to the bathroom in the middle of the night. Still half asleep, I didn't bother turning the lights on as I entered. But as my eyes began adjusting to the dark, I could have sworn that somebody was already sitting on the toilet, somebody extremely tall. Of course, when I turned on the lights, nothing was there. It was easy to chalk it up as a product of late-night drowsiness at the time, and I had never really thought about it since. After doing my best to give them useful information, the suits spent a good few minutes taking notes on their phones. Once they were done, they sat up quickly, told me that they'd be in touch before leaving the room. A cop came in a few minutes later and told me that since I couldn't return to the apartment, They would set me up in a nearby hotel until they were able to get the situation under control, and that I should stay put until they gave me a call. "What happened?" I asked him. "What did you guys find up there?" He stared at me for a long time, not as if he were deep in thought, but as if he held deep aversion for what he was considering telling me. Eventually, he just shook his head. "I don't know," he said. "I mean, I really don't know." I nodded, tried to smile, though I'm sure it didn't come across very well. It's the next day now, and I'm in the hotel. Of course I couldn't sleep. Couldn't really eat. The officer hasn't called me yet. When I try searching up information about the evacuation on the internet, all I can find are articles claiming that it was due to a fire. A fucking fire. Update. I fell asleep and I just woke up. It's 1 a.m. now, and I can hear the shower. I should have died 10 years ago. I have a murderer to thank for my life. When I was 13 and an idiot, like most 13-year-olds are, I spent a lot of time on a now-defunct app called Chatterbox. It operated a lot like a more clunky version of Discord, where you could chat with strangers online, either through community groups or private messages. For context, I should mention that I was a bit of a troubled teenager. I grew up in a dysfunctional household with largely absent parents, and I was bullied pretty severely all throughout middle school. I found solace in one particular Chatterbox community called Teens X Fashion, which, as I'm sure you can guess, was a place to discuss fashion and aesthetic trends of the mid-2010s. It was supposed to be a place for people aged 13, 18, but now that I'm older and wiser, I'm pretty sure that 90% of the people I met on that server were much older guys. Through the server, I met a 17-year-old guy named Jack. I don't remember his Chatterboxix username, but I remember him being a kind and charismatic presence in our community. We talked almost every day for 2 years, and he quickly became my #1 confidant. From the time I entered high school at age 14, the bullying got worse, as did my home situation. And though I was never diagnosed by a professional, I'm pretty sure I was depressed. I began having some suicidal thoughts, and when I told Jack about them, he seemed sympathetic. I don't blame you. This world is such a shit show. I think about ending things sometimes too. I was pleased that he, unlike my school guidance counselor and the few other people I'd told about my thoughts, didn't just brush them off and promise me things would get better. I found myself oddly charmed by his candidness. "You're still pretty young." He texted me once. "Maybe wait a year or so. Give life another try. If it hasn't gotten any better by then, let's talk some more." I took his advice and waited for things to get better, but I saw no light at the end of the tunnel. By the time I was 15, I'd dropped out of high school, I barely left my room, and I was having trouble performing basic tasks like brushing my teeth. When I told Jack about my state, he said, "Honestly, I haven't been doing well either. I bought some cyanide pills a few months back, just waiting for the right time." I was surprised to hear this. Jack had always seemed like a pretty happy-go-lucky guy. After thinking about what he said for a few weeks and doing some research on the pills he mentioned, I asked if I could buy a few off of him, just in case, and he agreed. I suggested he ship them to me, but after some discussion, I was shocked to learn that we both lived in the same state. I didn't want to give him my home address, the only intelligent thought I had throughout this whole ordeal, and so we agreed to meet in a public place, a coffee shop about an hour away from where I lived. A few weeks later, our agreed-upon meeting date rolled around, and I took the bus to the coffee shop. I had the selfies he'd posted to Teens X Fashion as reference, but when I entered the shop and looked around, I didn't see anyone who vaguely resembled the pictures. I walked around, figuring he must be late, before I heard someone shout my name from the corner table. I looked at the man who'd called out to me. It had to be Jack. No one else would know my name, but he looked different. He was much taller and heavier than he appeared in the photos, and much older as well. It was difficult to tell what age he was exactly, but he certainly wasn't 19. I walked over and asked his name, and he gave me both the name Jack and his Chatterbox handle. He gave me a friendly smile as I sat across from him. He wasn't a bad-looking guy, and he seemed to have put a lot of effort into his appearance for our meeting, but I was thrown off by the discrepancy in how old he was supposed to be and how old he appeared. Before we'd said much to one another, a barista came over to take our order, which in retrospect was unusual for a coffee shop. The barista's name was Lydia, and she was this petite blonde lady, probably 21 at most. She took our order and then left us to a very awkward, stilted conversation. I didn't know what to say. I'd been excited to meet my friend of 2 years, but now that I was actually there, it all felt like too much. I was so quiet that Jack seemed to take offense after a while. "Hey," he said at one point. I hadn't even realized I was averting my eyes from his, but when I looked up at him, he was giving me this weird, almost pitiful look. "You're mad because I gained weight, aren't you? You think I'm ugly?" I was taken aback. "No," I said. "I don't think you're ugly at all." He seemed genuinely upset. All of a sudden, I felt like a terrible person, like I was taking advantage of him or something. I rushed to console him, partially because I was worried that he wouldn't give me the pills, but also because he was pretty much the only friend I had, and I was terrified of ruining things. Soon, I was the one leading the conversation, pulling him back out of his shell little by little. It was all very odd. The barista came back after a while. I said thank you as she put our drinks down, but she didn't leave afterwards. She just kept standing there, looking at us with a smile that didn't reach her eyes. "All good here, folks?" Lydia asked, staring directly at me. I told her everything was great, and then she reluctantly returned to the counter. Jack and I finished our drinks, largely in silence. I remember very strongly not wanting to look directly at his face. Like I said, he wasn't a bad-looking guy, but his eyes seemed unnaturally dull, like the light wasn't hitting them right or something. Once we'd finished drinking, and Jack still hadn't made any mention of the pills, I broached the topic myself. "They're in my car," he said in response to my inquiry. He leaned his face close to mine and lowered his voice, giving me a wink that was anything but charming. "We might both get in trouble if I handed you a bag of pills in a public space like this." I guessed that made sense, so we tossed our drinks and I followed him outside. The parking lot was full of people, not exactly a prime location for a child abduction, so I didn't have any second thoughts about walking with him. But when we reached the last row of cars and Jack kept going, I slowed down. "Oh, I'm parked a ways down the road," he said when I asked where he was going. He gave a condescending little laugh, like I'd asked him a stupid question. "Again, I can't be handing you cyanide pills in front of everyone, silly." I stopped walking. I was starting to think that I didn't know this person as well as I'd thought, and I certainly didn't want to be alone with him in an isolated area. But then again, did I even care what happened to me? Wasn't I ready to go anyways? Jack noticed that I'd stopped. He turned around and walked back over to me, placing a meaty, sweaty hand on my shoulder. Even in the direct sunlight, his eyes looked strangely dark. "Come on now," he said gruffly, and started guiding me further from the parking lot. It was then that I realized that, despite all my misgivings about the world, I really did still care what happened to me. I didn't want to be hurt. I didn't want to die. I raised an arm and tried to push Jack's hand off my shoulder, but he tightened his grip so hard I thought he was about to break a bone. I thought I was done for before a shout from behind us startled us both. "Hey, stop right now." I turned my head towards the parking lot and saw the barista from earlier running towards us at full speed. "You stop right there." Now this woman was maybe 4'11", and I'm pretty sure Jack could have picked her up and thrown her like a football if he wanted to. But her voice was loud and strong, and as she yelled out, she attracted a lot of attention. As soon as he realized we'd been spotted, he let go of my shoulder and made a run for it. Lydia came to a stop next to me, taking my hand and gently guiding me back towards the group of witnesses in the parking lot. Once we'd made it to safety, she called the police, who arrived quickly to take our statements. However, after listening to my whole story, they ended up taking me to the station for questioning. Lydia came along with me, which made me feel a lot better. To make a long story short, the man I'd met up with was not a 19-year-old named Jack, but a 38-year-old named John Davis Harrison, who the police were able to identify from photos Lydia had taken at the coffee shop. He was arrested the following day after police found the skeletal remains of 2 women and 1 man stuffed between the mattress and the box springs of his bed. Harrison admitted to luring his victims, all of whom had confided their suicidal thoughts in him, with the promise of a quick death via cyanide pills. In reality, the slow, painful deaths his victims endured at his hands were etched into their bones. The whole ordeal was the wake-up call of the century for me. In the aftermath, I went back to high school and started to really apply myself in class. I graduated a year late, but I also graduated with really high marks. I started seeing an awesome therapist at age 16, and thanks to him and a few counselors at my school, I transitioned into a foster family that is now my adoptive family. I actually enjoy living these days, and despite the title of this post, I have not a murderer but one brave barista to thank for my life now. We still keep in touch, and I'm happy to report that she's doing well too. Thanks, Lydia, for looking out for a clueless kid who didn't know what they were getting themselves into. Now that I'm older and wiser, I promise to do the same. Something awful happened to my parents. Now my mother won't stop screaming. We were on our way home after watching the new Hunger Games movie. My sister Olivia was falling asleep next to me. We were all silent, listening to the radio when my dad suddenly came to a full stop. It took me a second to realize what he had seen. A small truck was blocking most of the road in front of us. "What's going on there?" Olivia asked in a sleepy voice. That's when a young woman stumbled out of the truck and walked around it to the side that wasn't in vision. Her leg seemed to be hurt. She was grabbing the side of the truck to stay in balance. My parents immediately got into helper mode, seeing a person who didn't look much older than their children. I guess she was around 20 or so. "Stephen, call 911. I'll go check if she's all right," my father said. "Maybe we should stay in the car and wait for help, honey. I've seen people tricking people into getting out of their car, and we can't just sit here and wait, Mary. There might be someone even more hurt on the other side." Before my mother could say anything else, he was already stepping out of the car. My mother opened her door to follow. "Kids, lock the car and stay inside." We were stopped on a quiet road. Around us were only trees. They slowly walked towards the other side of the truck. My father called out to the stranger. After that, we didn't hear anything else. I grabbed my phone and called an ambulance. "Should we check on them?" Olivia asked after a while. "I don't know," Mum said. Before I could finish my sentence, my mother appeared from the back of the truck. Her face had lost all its color. She was walking fast and determined. When she reached the car, Olivia unlocked the doors. She sat down behind the wheel without a word. Her expression was eerily calm. "Mom?" I whispered. "What's going on? Is someone hurt?" My mother didn't respond, and suddenly she opened her mouth as wide as humanly possible and screamed from the top of her lungs. I unbuckled my seatbelt, leaned over, and grabbed her by the shoulder. "Mom? Mom? What happened?" Olivia shouted and grabbed her door handle, but before she could open it, my mother had locked all the doors. She stopped screaming and took a few breaths before she hit the gas and started driving in reverse. After we were so far away that we couldn't really see the truck anymore, she turned around and took a different road to our home. She didn't respond to us. She didn't answer any questions. We kept asking about Dad, but she said nothing. Next to me, Olivia started crying, and then she took out her phone to call the police again. When we reached our driveway, my mother finally unlocked the car. Still silent, she walked straight home. Olivia and I exchanged a look of fear and shock. Then she jumped to the front of the car. "I'm going back. You go inside." "No, I'm coming with you." Even from inside the car, we heard the shrill sound of my mother's scream coming from our house. We ignored it and kept driving until we found the road with the trees. I kept trying to call my dad the entire time, but it went straight to voicemail. There was a police car waiting, but no sign of a truck. One officer was waiting by the police car. Another one was looking around the side of the road. We jumped out of the car and asked where our father was. The officer told us that they arrived a few minutes ago and that there was no sign of anyone. At first, they asked us if we played a prank on them, but when he saw our concerned faces and listened to our story, he said that they would follow us home and talk to our mother. "Don't worry. We will do anything we can to find your father," he said, before we went back into the car. My entire body was trembling. I had never in my life experienced anything this frightening, and I couldn't stop thinking about my dad. I hated that he didn't listen to my mom's concerns. When we reached our house, the lights in the kitchen were on. The officers followed us inside. My mother wasn't screaming anymore, but we heard the kettle in the kitchen. We followed the sound, expecting to find my mother there. I almost cried in relief when I saw that it was actually my dad. His hair was greasy and he had changed into his pajamas. "Kids, I've been worried sick about you," he said loudly, and then his gaze shifted to the two police officers. "Sir, are you all right?" "Dad, we've been trying to call you. What the hell happened?" Olivia shouted and tried to run to him, but one of the officers held her back. "I'm absolutely fine. Fantastic even. Except for the fact that I had to take a taxi home. The prices of that." "Sir, we need to ask you what happened to the truck and the woman inside." My dad shook his head. "She was fine. Her car just wouldn't start, so I helped her, and then she drove off. All good." "Was there anyone else with her?" My dad shook his head. "May we talk to your wife?" "She already went to bed, but I suppose we can wake her up." One of the officers walked upstairs with my father, while Olivia and I stayed in the kitchen with the other one and explained the situation one more time. When the other officer returned, he explained to us that my mother told the same story about the broken down car. Apparently, my mother remembered that the stove was still on, so she quickly drove home with us. You could hear the skepticism in his voice, but there wasn't much else they could do. They gave us their number and told us to call when anything else came up or parents said anything. After they left, I went to touch the stove. It was ice cold. A little after that, my mother started screaming again. I hardly slept that night. We kept asking my mom what had happened, but she didn't answer our questions. My dad just kept telling us that everything was fine and sent us to bed. Finally, my mother stopped screaming and the house turned silent. The next morning, I walked down and heard the sound of laughter. My parents were standing in the kitchen, making pancakes without a care in the world. Olivia was already sitting by the table, staring into nothing in front of her, her expression empty. We locked eyes, and I saw that she had slept just as little as I. "Morning, honey. Did you sleep well?" my mother said in a melodic voice. "Apparently everything is totally fine," Olivia said in a mocking tone towards me. I sat down next to her, and my mother started stacking pancakes on a plate and walked towards me. She stopped right in front of the table and dropped the plate. The shatters flew in all directions. Suddenly, her face turned pale again. Her eyes were opened wide, and then she screamed again, looking at us the entire time. "Mom?" Olivia jumped up from her seat and grabbed her shoulders. "Everything is all right, love," my father calmly said. My mother blinked and looked at the ground. Her face relaxed. "Oh, won't you look at that? What a mess," she said and smiled at us. We went through the strangest breakfast we ever had. Olivia and I had stopped asking them what was going on. We didn't get answers anyway. Their attempts to distract us were only frustrating and scaring us more. After breakfast, I followed my sister to her room. Olivia was only a year younger than me, and we'd always been very close. I don't know how I would have dealt with this situation without her. We were both afraid of and for our parents. "What do we do?" she asked after I sat down on her desk chair. "I don't know. Should we call someone? Uncle Freddie, maybe?" We didn't have many relatives that lived nearby. Uncle Freddie was the only one, and he was still an hour's drive away. "Not sure if he can do anything. They are acting like everything is normal." "Except when Mum screams," Olivia said, and a shiver went down my spine at the thought of it. Something happened with that truck. I just wish they would tell us, my sister whispered. Me too. And Dad is acting even stranger. He doesn't even acknowledge her screams. We both sat there for a moment, lost in our thoughts, when we heard the door downstairs close shut, and a little later the car started running. Olivia looked out the window. It's Dad. So Mum's alone downstairs? We quietly walked down the stairs and made our way to our living room. My mother was sitting on the sofa in her hand. She held a needle and yarn, but she wasn't moving. She looked completely spaced out. When she noticed us, she slightly moved her face towards us. Her mouth opened, but this time she didn't scream. She just kept it open. I walked over to her and sat down on the ground in front of her. Please, Mom, talk to us. I don't know if you're trying to protect us from something, but this isn't helping. We're old enough and we are here for you. What happened last night? She blinked and then shook her head, as if she was just waking up from a daydream. Her mouth closed again. Her eyes went to me and then to my sister. It's hard to remember. Something keeps blocking my memories. I know that something isn't right, but it's almost as if my mind keeps falling asleep. I can't control it. Olivia came closer and sat down beside me. Maybe we should take you to a doctor. I mean, the screaming really scares us, Mom. My mother looked confused. What screaming? I swallowed. Do you remember anything about that woman? We lost her. Her eyes opened wide. For a moment, it looked as if she was smiling, but then her mouth opened so much that her face got all wrinkly. From the looks of it, it was as if she was screaming, but this time, no sound came out. I just grabbed her by the shoulders and shook her. Finally, her expression softened. Her eyes and mouth closed for a moment. She looked at the terrified faces of my sister and me. Then she tightly grabbed my arm. She wasn't a woman. I don't know what she was. It all happened so fast. But kids. A tear rolled down her cheek. I saw your father die. I don't know who that man is that came back to us. Dread filled my entire body. It felt as if a dark blanket was falling over us. I heard my mother's words, but I just couldn't believe her. I didn't want to. Suddenly I heard the door slam shut. Olivia got up and pulled out her phone. She was just about to call an ambulance when my father walked into the room. My mother's face changed again. She was smiling, genuinely smiling. Mom isn't feeling well. I'm calling a doctor for her, Olivia said with a trembling voice. She looked at me and I saw how afraid she was of my dad. She was trying to get us out of here. My father took the phone from her hand and shook his head. No need. Your mother is fine. Everything is perfectly fine. I was actually thinking we could go to the cinema again tonight. I forced my body to get up. That sounds like a fine idea. I haven't seen the new Hunger Games movie yet. How about that one? He smiled. That sounds like a terrific idea. Yeah, I haven't seen it yet either, Olivia added. Can you get our coats from upstairs, Dad? He got up without a word and walked up the stairs. Olivia and I each grabbed one of my mother's arms. Together, we quickly walked her outside and got her into the car, still wearing our pajamas and no shoes. Where are we going? My mother asked from the back seat. We're going to visit Uncle Freddie, Olivia answered in a shaky voice. But honey, we can't just leave your dad here. He'll get lonely. I used to live in a cult that silenced women, physically, literally. The women in that cult had their vocal cords cut with a special ceremony when they were 12. We lived in a remote community up in northern BC. It was, is a healthy, thriving community with orchards and mines, electricity and a small clinic, and even a tattoo parlor. The teachers and doctors had internet. It was beautiful and very peaceful. Everybody was well looked after, with plenty of wonderful food and an outdoorsy lifestyle. In fact, I later learned that outsiders often make applications to join the community, women even, with their children. Sometimes the applications were successful. Not me, though. I had been desperate to get out ever since the day I was 10, and my dad told me about the silencing. Dad was a teacher. I had wanted to become a teacher, like my dad. I had grown up watching him prepare lesson plans, grade assignments with his thick, chunky red pens, discussing course content and pedagogy with his colleagues, loudly and passionately. I was enthralled by it all and knew, as indeed my dad often said, there was nothing more noble and worthwhile than teaching and shaping the mind of the young. No wonder only men in our community were entrusted to be teachers. How ridiculous and backwards was the outside world with their female teachers and unsilenced women, always mired in instability and chaos. No wonder the outside was full of war, violence, debt, and poverty. Their women always under the threat of assault. The teachers played us videos with current dates, clips from the news made by outsiders themselves, showing how they treat their women. No wonder there was always a queue of women desperate to join us, a community free of mistreatment, abuse, and assault, with plenty food for everyone and a small safe home. Being silenced must be a small price to pay. I remembered my mom laughing until the tears ran down her face when I had first told her about wanting to become like teacher, just like Daddy. Then she had gathered me in her arms and sobbed as if her heart had broken. Dad told about the silencing a short while after that. He was a great teacher, and I understood why it was necessary. Dad had explained it all carefully. The history, the benefits to community, the evolution from a symbolic tattoo along the throat to an actual, painless clinical procedure which disabled the vocal cords permanently. I was so lucky I had a teacher dad who took the time to explain things so beautifully and clearly to me. Other girls would usually just get a notice from the clinic with the date and time of their silencing appointment. However, as Dad said, it was very important that it was taught correctly, with proper context. Otherwise, it wouldn't be understood properly. That's why teaching was such an important job. Having a teacher dad had other benefits too. He had thrown me a silencing party most girls could only dream of, with amazing food imported from outside, dancing and singing. I had a gorgeous floofy glittery lacy dress, also bought specially from outside for the occasion, and all my friends had been so jealous as I shimmered through the day. I still remember that dress. But then it was over, and everyone went home. My silencing would take place tomorrow. I lay in the dark, unable to ignore the knot of fear that had been tightening in me all day. Well, all my life really, since the day Dad told me about the silencing. As I lay there, thinking about the procedure tomorrow, which would permanently disable my vocal cords and silence me forever, the waves of fear breaking over me grew stronger. There was a light tap at my bedroom door. I raised my head and called softly, "Yes?" The door opened and my mom glided quietly in. She was also dressed for bed, and despite the dark, the tattoo along her neck and throat was plainly visible. She had just chosen a plain line, as I would. Many silenced women choose elaborate designs for the neck tattoo they received after their silencing, but I wanted the same plain line across my neck as Mom had. She reached out for my hand. I whispered, "Mom, I'm scared." She started typing on her pad, which was always with her. "Please don't be scared, Eliza. It's over so soon, and it doesn't hurt one bit. Just the tattoo afterwards a little bit." I read the glowing words. Then I said, "Mom, I don't want to. I don't want to lose my voice." She looked so sad as she typed furiously, "Eliza, your dad has explained why it's like this here. You've studied examples of societies which don't have silencing. You know how terrible and miserable they are. We are such a peaceful, orderly society since we started silencing women. You know that." Dad yelled loudly, "Louisa, are you coming to bed?" Mom bent down for one last hurried kiss and then left my room. I was alone with my fears again. I couldn't help thinking about the outside, where women jabbered, chattered, gossiped, wheedled, manipulated men, and told stories, and yammered and protested, and wanted this and that and the other. Dad said it was a disgrace, and one day, maybe they would see the error of their ways and become like our community. But all these thoughts couldn't stop my fear for tomorrow and my silencing. Dark hours passed as I stared at the ceiling. I still remember those hours, heavy like glue, silent. It must have been 2 a.m. when I heard a faint tap-tap at my window. I sat up, putting aside my childish fears, and opened the curtain. An adult woman was behind the glass, smiling at me. Her neck tattoo was clearly visible in the moonlight, a beautiful design of roses and thorns. I didn't care about safety. My dread for tomorrow had desensitized me. I threw open the window. "Who are you?" The woman opened her mouth and spoke quietly, but still spoke, her voice coming from her lips. "Hello, Eliza. Will you come away with me?" I had never seen a woman of that age, with a neck tattoo, who could talk. My jaw dropped. "What?" She started speaking rapidly. "Eliza, I know how you feel. We can take you away outside. I can't explain much now, but if you want to, you have to come away with me now. It will be a hard life, but you won't lose your voice. At least, not today you won't." I was silent for a bit. I felt the dreadful fear of the last few years shifting a bit, giving way to a new emotion. Hope? Excitement? I looked at the aged face of this talking woman with the tattooed roses on her throat and nodded dumbly. She smiled at me. "Excellent. Follow me." "No, you don't need anything. We have everything you will need. A car is waiting. Not even shoes. Just move fast." My heart beating fast, I followed my new friend and climbed out of the window. She drove me for hours through the mountains, through winding back roads I never knew existed. She told me how my mom had sent them a forbidden message to come get me. I knew I would never see my mom and dad again. Sometimes little bits of news filter through connections. The community thrives. Life outside is hard. But I can speak. I saw a disturbing YouTube ad. Has anyone else seen it? After work, I do the exact same thing every day. I crack open a cold can of Diet Dr. Pepper, put my feet up, and watch an hour or two of funny videos on YouTube. I always plan to do something productive. Cook a healthy dinner, go for a run, make progress on my paintings. But I never do. I'm always too exhausted from work to do anything else. I don't think humans were built to work 8 hours a day. Sitting in the same room at the same desk, in front of the same computer, I think we're just forced to accept this as the norm because greedy CEOs have made it the norm. But I digress. All you need to know is that tonight was no different than any other night. I popped the can open, put my feet up, opened my laptop, clicked on a funny YouTube video about the ridiculousness of Twilight, but then I froze. I'd expected an ad to pop up. Instead, there was a message over where the video should play, bold white letters over black. "Your video will start shortly. Would you like to view a 15-second ad? Or remove 15 seconds from your life?" I squinted at the screen. What? I'd never seen anything like this. I looked down at where the progress bar would be, thinking it was actually an ad itself, but there wasn't any bar, and there wasn't a skip button either. What is this? After staring at it for a minute, I decided it must be some new thing YouTube was rolling out, like when, instead of an ad, they show you some sort of poll. Is this ad relevant to you? Have you ever bought anything from these companies? Help our sponsor by answering the following question. My mouse hovered over the two buttons. 15-second ad. Remove 15 seconds of life. Out of curiosity, I clicked the latter. The video started playing. Immediately. No ad. Well, that's cool. When the video was over, I popped some leftovers in the microwave and started another video. Again, instead of an ad, I got the same prompt. Your video will start shortly. Would you like to view a 30-second ad or remove 30 seconds from your life? I let out a little laugh and clicked on Remove 30 seconds of life. The video started to play, but only a few seconds into the video, I heard the microwave beep. Already? I put it on for 1 minute. There's no way it's already done. Confused, I paused the video and walked into the kitchen. The microwave had stopped its cycle. I pulled out the food out, and it was warm, but it was only in there for like 10 seconds. A sense of unease settled in my stomach. I picked up my bowl of mushy chicken Alfredo and walked back to the computer. Then I clicked on another video. Your video will start shortly. Would you like to view a 30-second ad or remove 30 seconds from your life? My cursor hovered over the remove button, but something stopped me. Something felt off. The food. It was almost like I shook my head. There was no way. It was almost like I skipped ahead in time. That's impossible, I muttered to myself. But then I had an idea. I pulled out my phone, put it on the counter, and pulled up the stopwatch. I hit the stopwatch. Then I immediately clicked remove 30 seconds of life. The video started immediately, but when I looked down at the stopwatch, my heart dropped. It read 32 seconds. No. There was no way 30 seconds had gone by. I just clicked the button a few seconds ago. What the fuck? My heart pounded in my ears. I glanced around the room. Then I tried it again. My finger shook as I lowered it onto the phone screen. The stopwatch read 32 seconds, but it didn't feel like 30 seconds. It felt like 2 seconds. Anxiety slipped into me like lead, weighing me down. My legs felt weak. I picked up the phone and texted my friend Chris. Can you come over? Or can I come over to your place? I need to talk to someone. I waited for a few minutes. He didn't reply. It was late, almost 10. I set the phone down and stared at the paused video, my heart pounding. And then I had another idea. I set my phone down on a shelf across from me, propped it up against some books, pressed the record button. Then I walked back over to my desk, sat down, and clicked on another YouTube video. Your video will start shortly. Would you like to view a 60-second ad? Oregon remove 60 seconds from your life? 60 seconds now? I sucked in a deep breath, glanced up at the phone, the black eye of the camera looking down at me. My cursor hovered over the remove button. I clicked. The video immediately began to play. I got up and walked over to the phone, picked it up, and stopped the recording. The length of the video was 1 minute, 17 seconds. What the fuck? I went over to the sink and splashed water on my face, checked the clock a few times, pinched myself to make sure I wasn't dreaming. Then I picked my phone back up. The recording was still there. All 1 minute, 17 seconds of it. This is so fucking weird. I sat back down. Then I opened the video and, with a deep breath, pressed play. I watched myself walk over to the seat in front of the computer. Then I sat down. I held my breath as my fingers went to the touchpad, clicking the remove button. Video me stared at the computer screen with incredible intensity, like I was watching the most riveting thing I'd ever seen in my life. My mouth hung slightly open, and my normally fidgety hands were still on the desk. I was just staring, with everything in me. At first, no audio came out of the computer's speakers. I was expecting a loud jingle for an insurance company, or a chirpy female voice telling me about laundry detergent, but it was just silence. Until 10 seconds in, I heard a high-pitched whine. It sounded like the noise old TVs make when you leave them on, or ringing in your ears. A mechanical tone so high-pitched, it's almost out of the range of human hearing. And when the tone sounded, Video Me's hands flew to the keyboard, and they began feverishly typing. I stood there frozen, watching the video, watching my fingers race across the keyboard, my eyes staring at the screen with absolute concentration, my mouth still hanging open. I thought I could see a silvery strand of drool falling from my lips onto the desk. What the actual fuck? I briefly glanced away from the phone to my desk and noticed a small puddle of liquid shining in the low light. What was I typing? Was the ad, or whatever YouTube was showing me, was it making me do this? Because I looked dazed, hypnotized, controlled. As the video approached its end, I saw Video Me snap out of it. I closed my mouth. My hands started to fidget. I got out of the seat and walked towards the phone on the shelf. And that was it. I stood there frozen, the silence ringing in my ears. This is crazy, absolutely insane. It was conspiracy-level stuff. YouTube is mind-controlling people through ads that erase time. Quick, block YouTube on every device that you own. If I had been on anything, hell, if I'd even had a glass of wine, I would have blamed it on that in an instant. But I was stone cold sober. I walked back over to the computer and put my hand on the screen, about to close it. But then I paused. I couldn't see the computer screen in the video. It was the wrong angle. But if I put the phone behind me, I could see what I was typing. No, you're not doing that again. My inner voice instantly protested. Close the laptop and get out of here. But I couldn't. Curiosity was tugging at me. I had to know what I was doing. I quickly propped the phone up behind me and sat back down at the computer. I clicked on another video. Your video will start shortly. Would you like to view a 60-second ad? Oregon remove 60 seconds from your life? I took a deep, shuddering breath. Then I clicked remove. The video instantly began to play, but I knew that was just from my point of view. I grabbed my phone from behind me, and sure enough, the recording time read 1 minute, 6 seconds. I swallowed, and then I hit play. What I saw was so ridiculous that I should have laughed. It should have been the funniest thing I saw all week, but instead I stared at the screen, my heart plummeting further and further. Where the ad had been, there was instead a text box. In it, I was typing the same 6 words over and over. I wanna buy Sparkle detergent. I wanna buy Sparkle detergent. I wanna buy Sparkle. I must have written it 50 times before the minute was up. Then the text box disappeared and the video started to play. I watched Video Me get up, turn around, and turn off the recording. I slammed the laptop shut and went straight to bed, my heart racing in my chest. When I couldn't sleep, pulled out my phone and began searching for this phenomenon. Typing keywords into Google like weird YouTube ad, YouTube remove 30 seconds from life, etc. Nothing came up. But it doesn't end there, because I could have sworn it was around 2:30 a.m. when I started searching, and I could have sworn I spent no more than a half hour Googling. But when I checked the time after closing out of all my tabs, it was nearly 4 a.m. I think I lost an entire hour, and I have no way of finding out what happened, what I was typing or watching or being brainwashed to buy in that hour. The next bus is not real. Do not board. What time is it? I don't know. I did know. It was 11:55 p.m. I lose motivation to talk properly when I'm tired, although this was definitely an overreaction. At most, it would have taken an extra second to tell him the time, but I wasn't really thinking. I just wanted to get home, ignoring all social interactions. I didn't even look up to see this man's face. He left without saying anything, limping as he walked, leaving me alone at the bus stop, waiting for the final departure of the night. A single minute past midnight was the usual time on the schedule, although it's almost always late, despite only ever having a few passengers at most. My late shift at work had me used to these empty hours of the night. This specific part of town lacked in nightlife entertainment, leaving little reason to be out after dark. The shops were long closed, waiting for the bustling environment of the next morning. Until then, they remained silent. Some had their lights on all night long, spilling echoes of life into an otherwise inactive street. If the rapture occurred with me at this bus stop, it would take a long while for that news to reach me, as I simply continue waiting for an ever later, never arriving bus. These are the kind of thoughts I have as I wait in the dark for the bus. The occasional breaks in these thoughts are often caused by me checking the digital sign above me, displaying an estimated time for all upcoming departures. Expecting to see 5 minutes, or perhaps a more delayed 10 minutes, I hadn't planned on having to read a whole sentence. So as I finished checking the sign, only then did my mind realize that it had not even seen a number. I had checked the sign, but did not comprehend the content. My double take showed me what I had missed. The next bus is not real. Do not board. I stared for a moment before looking around. What I expected to see, I do not know. Perhaps some pranksters giggling at their work, or more sinisterly, a shadowy figure looming over to guide this paranormal event. Nothing. I saw nothing. The same street I had become familiar with had nothing new. It remained empty, with me as its only sign of life. So, I waited. It was 11:59 p.m. by this point, so only 2 more minutes remained. On time for what may have been the first time ever, the bus arrived. A single minute past midnight, and here it was, pulling around the corner, approaching the stop. I put my hand out to signal my need to board, feeling relieved that my only way home hadn't been canceled. As the bus approached, I noticed the dark interior. The headlights were on, but the lights inside were all off. I could not make out whether any passengers were on board, or even who the driver was. Being a regular, I know most of the final route drivers, but this time, it was anybody's guess. I got onto the bus, putting down the same change I always do. "Bit dark, isn't it?" Nobody replied, as the doors closed behind me and the bus continued its way forward. I smiled awkwardly, despite knowing that the driver could not see me, and found a seat. I never found out whether there were any more passengers, but I can only hope that nobody else had to go through these next events. Almost immediately, I noticed stops being omitted from the route. A turn missed here, a completely wrong turn taken there. A panic set in that I had somehow gotten onto the wrong bus, despite knowing for a fact that the bus I always get is the only local one that runs this late. Convincing myself that an unfortunate series of road closures had occurred, I remained calm and waited it out. After 10 minutes of this, we had circled back to the stop I had boarded at. In front of us, I noticed a more normal bus. The bus I was supposed to board. The lights were on, with a few passengers. It was waiting at the stop. I spoke slightly louder than the rumble of the engine. "Excuse me, can I get off? I'm on the wrong bus." No answer, as we slowly passed the correct bus. I could see the passengers inside all staring ahead. My gaze followed theirs, meeting at an ambulance, parked just slightly in front. A small group of paramedics knelt down in the beam of the bus's headlights, surrounding a body on the floor. I couldn't make out the body's face, as it was just out of sight, although one leg looked twisted. The passengers looked distraught, whilst the bus driver stood talking to the paramedics. I stood up. "I need to leave at the next stop." As I spoke, I pressed the bell, and the only sign of any internal lights lit up at the front of the bus, stopping. The sign then immediately turned off. Subsequent bell presses neither made the sound nor lit up the sign. "I need to..." The bus sped up suddenly, the force pushing me back into my seat. As I tried to stand up again, the wheels screeched as we turned a sharp corner without seeming to slow down at all. Again, the force pushed me back down. The speed continued to rise. The wheels on the bus went faster and faster until the outside world became simply a blur. I had never seen a car go this fast, let alone a road vehicle as large as this. I thought for sure that I was going to die right there. "What are you doing?" I found myself yelling out amid the panic. The driver, for the first and last time, spoke. "I don't know." My mind raced almost as fast as my body was being thrown about. The world beyond the windows soon morphed into a void of black. Although the effects of our speed were still evident on my body, as the velocity pushed me in all directions, it felt as though we had somehow gotten even faster, although this may have been the darkness forbidding my eyes of any reference for our true speed. We came to a sudden stop as I fell forward. The fall was violent, but still not as bad as you'd expect for a speed change of that magnitude. My nose hit the floor, causing a great deal of pain. I stood up, holding my face, trying to regain my balance. As the dizziness subsided, I began to notice where I was. We were outside my home. The bus stop I get off at is a 5-minute walk from here. Yet here we were, directly outside my house. The doors gently opened. Despite my desire to leave as fast as possible, I found myself walking to the front of the bus. As I reached the door, I stopped. Turning around slowly to face the still shrouded in darkness bus driver, I spoke what I always do. "Thank you." I stepped onto the pavement outside as the doors closed behind me, followed by the bus driving forward into the darkness. I looked down at my watch. A minute past midnight. "Hurry up in the shower. We have to leave soon." I yelled towards the bathroom at my husband. Every year, at some point in the days leading up to Christmas, our families get together. We were already making bad timing when he realized he needed a shower. I had misplaced my earrings, paranoid about making us even later. As I walked past the bathroom, I noticed the door wide open. My husband stood there, still naked from having recently departed the shower. He had draped a pastel orange towel over his head, one that I didn't even know we owned. It didn't cross my mind at the time, just a fleeting thought. He swayed gently from side to side like a swinging pendulum. I giggled. "Stop being silly. You know we're running late. Have you seen my earrings?" Immediately upon entering the bedroom, I spotted them gently glistening on the bedside table. Relieved, I yelled again. "Never mind, found them." As I put the first in, my gaze fell directly ahead of me at the painting of a lighthouse hung on our bedroom wall. My husband was never a stranger to local markets. He almost had a talent for buying the strangest items. I've grown used to it, but this painting always stood out to me as a bizarre purchase. The lighthouse stands as the subject, with a series of indistinct, colorful blobs painted around the bottom. A crowd of nondescript people, I had always assumed. On the frame at the bottom, a title or note or quote of some kind had been etched in. "The Jolly Good Fellows." My trail of thought was cut short as I failed to get the second earring in. I had stabbed myself slightly and began to head to the bathroom for the assistance of the mirror. He was still standing there, swaying. "Honey, we really need to go soon. Please get ready." I approached the mirror. Seeing no blood, I breathed a sigh of relief and put the second earring in. The whole time, from the corner of my eye, I could still see him swaying. The towel blocked any view of his head. My patience was wearing thin. Had he even sorted his clothes out yet? "Honey, come on," I spoke as I lifted the towel from his face. Peering under, I expected to see him smiling, acting playfully. I felt a little bad, but being ever aware of the ticking clock, sometimes I have to remind him to have urgency, even when he's just playing around. His eyes were wide, his face emotionless. He stared forward as though there wasn't a wall a few feet from his face, like he was looking just a little past everything. He stopped swaying as the towel was removed, but remained in this state. I gently held his hand. "Come with me, let's sit down." I knew something was wrong. As I guided him to the bed and sat him down, his arm felt limp, as though his muscles were void of any connection to the brain. "Let's get you some clothes, okay? We can talk about what's wrong." I tried to speak calmly as I turned around and searched through the wardrobe. I began asking questions, trying to take his mind off of things. My mind, while still aware of the time, was now more focused on my husband's well-being. Noticing a lack of answers or responses, I turned back to face him. "Have you ever jumped at the lack of something?" Usually we jump at the sudden presence of something we were not expecting. Perhaps the sudden movement of an object we thought would remain motionless. But when I saw my husband wasn't behind me, my body jolted slightly. I hadn't heard him move or felt him walk past me. I expected him to still be on the bed. The lack thereof was enough of a shift to shock me. "Honey?" I yelled slightly, wondering where he was. I walked past the bathroom. There he was, orange towel draped over his head, swaying gently at the same rhythm as before. "If you don't respond to me, I'm calling an ambulance." I needed a quick answer. My mind jumped straight to some form of brain injury, perhaps from falling over in the shower. I knew that acting fast is the only chance you have to minimize damage. He didn't answer. I removed the towel from his head as I dialed emergency services. Again, he stopped swaying. As I explained everything to them, I watched as he knelt down, picked the towel back up, and draped it back over his head. The swaying continued thereafter. Paramedics arrived shortly. He put up no fight and allowed them to escort him to the ambulance in a wheelchair. I kept asking questions about whether he'd be okay. They had to keep assuring me that whilst the hospital would do everything they could, they had no information to go off of. My racing mind looked past this and continued to ask similar questions regardless. He kept trying to stand up whilst en route to the hospital, yet would be compliant when gently pushed back down. As long as someone was guiding him, he would follow. When this stopped, would he try to move? The same had happened back home. He only got up and left once I had sat him down and let go of him. Through the sound of the sirens wailing overhead, the bumps of the ambulance's journey, and trying to hold back my tears, I could hear a familiar tune. My husband, showing almost no other signs of activity, was gently humming. I leaned in to get a better listen. It was a very low tone, and each note seemed to begin as a hum, yet end as more of a raspy breath. Each one seemed to continue for slightly longer than they were supposed to, but I recognized this tune. He was humming "For He's a Jolly Good Fellow." Arriving at the hospital felt like a blur. Everyone knew exactly where they were going. I was following along, completely lost in this maze of signs and painted lines intended to guide. We had left the ambulance and arrived at his assigned bed before I could process what was happening. As soon as he was laid down, the confusing blur continued. "Ma'am, could we borrow you in the next room? We just need you to fill out some paperwork." "Not until I know if my husband is okay," I snapped. "We understand, but the best chance at survival is if we understand everything. This paperwork will take care of some of that." I was assured that a doctor would be in the room shortly and that my husband was in good hands. I shouldn't have listened. They certainly didn't. I explained that he kept trying to get up and walk about, but they clearly underestimated. I hadn't even helped the lady fill out my husband's personal information before we were informed that he was missing. "He can't be far. Keep an eye on all entrances," the staff spoke to each other urgently. I was asked to remain calm and continue helping with the paperwork, but I refused. I attempted to run around the hospital to join the search, but was quickly told that I don't have the authority to be wandering around alone. I hardly cared. My husband was the only thing on my mind, but I didn't want to be escorted out and risk not seeing him at all when he's found. I took my efforts outside the hospital. I looked around the parking area and then the nearby streets. After an hour and a half, I was still wandering, with no word from the hospital of any findings in the building. I began to walk home, hoping that somehow he had remembered the way. It was a 20-minute walk. I could not imagine that he had survived in his state, let alone managed to correctly identify the entire journey home. But it was worth a shot. I arrived to find our front window smashed. No glass on the pavement below told me that somebody had broken in. Perhaps I should have been more cautious, but I just wanted to know if my husband was inside. My hand shook as I struggled to get the key into the lock. Once I did, I turned the handle and ran inside. I don't think I even closed the door behind me. "Honey, are you here?" I don't know if I was surprised to see what I saw or whether I expected this. There he was, in the bathroom, orange towel draped over his head, swaying gently. This time, a pool of blood collected on the tiled floor below, dripping from his right arm. Cuts on his legs and torso told the full story. He had no concept of pain. He smashed the window to get in, to get back to this exact spot. The injuries meant nothing to him. For whatever reason, his mind was focused only on anchoring itself in that bathroom under the gentle weight of a towel. Crying, I approached him and lifted the towel slightly. I hardly even noticed the blood soaked into it. His eyes were red. Had he even blinked since this began? The humming continued. I should have contacted emergency services immediately, but instead, I just stood there. I stared into his eyes, pretending he was staring back into mine. I wanted him back. Gently, he lifted an arm and pulled the towel back down over his face. I don't know how long I stood there sobbing. "Please, talk to me. I love you." The gentle humming would have been comforting, but the slight inconstancy of the rhythm was a subtle reminder that my husband had no awareness. I thought back to all our recent conversations, everything we've ever done together. Lately, he's had a fascination with the ocean. I could never understand it. A horizon swallowed by the forever swaying and crashing of waves never appealed to me. He used to tell me all sorts of facts. One that particularly disturbed me was an old tradition of placing a towel over the faces of sailors who had passed whilst at sea. Once back on the shore, you'd place a towel over their face as you waited for somebody to arrive with help or a hearse. Curiosity having a moment of breakthrough as I grieved my still-living husband, I went into the bedroom. I took a closer look at the painting. The blobs at the bottom of the lighthouse. I had always assumed them to be nondescript people, with little detail added, though I had never understood why the blobs were so colorful. Only then did I realize they were not a crowd gathering at the bottom of the lighthouse. They were dozens of bodies laid out on the shore. Pastel-colored towels were draped over their faces. Perhaps my husband is there now, forever visiting the lighthouse, staring into the horizon as it's swallowed by the ocean. I've always been afraid of being attacked on the street at night. Despite years of working in a bar and coming home late around midnight, this fear had never left me. The pay was lousy, and the boss forbade employees to park their cars in the parking lot reserved for customers. So every night, I had to walk alone for several minutes to my car parked a little further away. One day, as I was talking to one of my friends, she told me about this application. Don't you know this app? It's called Are You Being Followed? Or AYBF for short. Basically, the app detects the waves of nearby cell phones, and if the algorithm notices that a signal is following you, the app sends you a notification, she explained. Some say it also detects ghosts and supernatural creatures that give off particular waves, but I think that's bullshit to attract views on TikTok, she added. I couldn't quite figure out how it worked, but she assured me that the algorithm was never wrong and that it had already allowed her once to be alerted early enough to be safe from a strange guy one night. I downloaded it, figuring it couldn't hurt. One evening, as I was walking down the street clutching my coat, I felt my phone vibrate in my pocket. It was the app that had sent me a notification, and on the screen simply appeared the message, "You are being followed." I slowed down and looked around. The street was deserted, only the wind sounding in my ears. Perplexed, I continued walking, the sound of my solitary footsteps echoing around me. A minute later, I received another notification. "You are being followed." With no one behind me, I wondered if it was a bug or if this app was literally a scam. "Boo!" I jumped and shouted, and right in front of me was my colleague, Ian, wallowing in laughter. Sorry, I couldn't help it. Here, you forgot your tips." And he handed me a few bills. "Next time you do that, I'll empty my pepper spray in your face." Safe in my car, I finally managed to laugh it off and figured that at least I had proof that the app worked. The app never triggered again after that. Until tonight. I'd just finished a long evening and was exhausted. All I wanted to do was go home and go to bed. As I was walking alone in the cold night, with just enough strength to look at the tips of my feet without falling asleep while walking, my cell phone vibrated and I picked it up, thinking someone had sent me a text message. "You are being followed." The appearance of the message caught me off guard and woke me up all at once. I looked around. There was nothing and no one around at this late hour, and the temperature was negative. I thought back to the only time it had gone off and Ian's joke. He knew perfectly well by now that I didn't find it funny, and I had made it clear that I hoped he wouldn't do it again, or he would get his ass kicked. I stood there looking back, looking for someone who obviously didn't exist. Still suspicious, I resumed my walk, keeping my phone in my hand. After a minute, it vibrated again. "You are being followed." I looked around again, but there was nothing. I was starting to panic. I was alone in the middle of the night, and I was beginning to think something was wrong. A paper cup was pushed by the wind, and the noise startled me. "Is anyone there?" I felt compelled to say aloud. Obviously, no one answered. If there's anyone, I'm warning you, I'm armed. I lied, trying to be as convincing as possible. When nothing happened, I started to turn around to resume my walk. And at the last moment, out of the corner of my eye, even as I turned my head, I swore I saw something moving in the shadows at the corner of an alley. It took me a while to process what I'd seen. At first, I thought it had been a cat. No, cats don't have white eyes. I walked quickly. You are being followed. Behind me, there was absolute silence. You are being followed. Was it the sound of bare feet on the sidewalk I just heard? You are being followed. I clutched my pepper spray can as I took the last few steps to my car while looking around like a madwoman attacked by imaginary birds. I closed the car door and locked the doors. Finally, I managed to exhale the air I'd been holding in my lungs. I didn't wait any longer, not wanting to linger here, and started the engine. Once home, I took a shower and got ready for bed. It had been a strange night. The more I thought about it, the more I wondered why the application had triggered so many times. Wasn't it possible that there had been a malfunction, and I just imagined what I thought I was hearing and seeing because of the stress? After a while, I came to the conclusion that the app was bugged and that my overactive imagination combined with my natural fear of being attacked had done the rest. I put my mobile in my pocket and made several trips to the kitchen to throw away the remains of my dinner. My cell phone vibrated. You are being followed. My breathing stopped. I stood there for several seconds, staring at my screen. I raised my head slowly and looked around. I inspected every nook and cranny accessible to my view without making a move. The light in my bedroom was still off. Apart from that, I couldn't see any place where an intruder might be. I made my way discreetly towards my bedroom. Stop stressing. You said it yourself. This app doesn't work. I continued walking slowly and put my hand on the light switch just to the left of the door. I pressed it. I took a few steps inside, but without a doubt, no intruder, ghost, or monster had entered my room. As I returned to the living room, reassured, my gaze was drawn to the window and the night outside. And there I saw the pale face of a creature glued to the glass, staring back at me with the two whitest eyes I'd ever seen in my life. After a second spent trying to understand what I was seeing, I screamed in fear. The police immediately dispatched a patrol car after my panicked call. The two officers inspected the area around the house without finding anyone who resembled the vague description I'd given them, even though they seemed worried. I had obviously avoided mentioning the fact that what I had seen had white eyes and skin and a bald head. After a while, they had to leave and told me to call back if I ever saw someone at my window again. I closed all my shutters and spent the night awake, a knife resting on the living room table. When day broke, I finally got the courage to leave my house. I looked around it and saw something the police hadn't seen or hadn't wanted to tell me. Just below the window where I'd seen this thing, there were dozens and dozens of bare footprints going from left to right towards all the other windows. Everyone says my hometown doesn't exist. I'm beginning to believe them, but that doesn't mean that was always the case. Let me back up. The first time I encountered this bizarre denial was after my first semester at college. I trekked to the Amtrak station, luggage in tow, and asked the attendant for one ticket to Casey Falls, Michigan, please. She looked up from her desk and blinked. Where? Casey Falls, Michigan, I repeated, a smidge slower this time. After she performed a search on her computer, then sought counsel from her manager, they determined that if Casey Falls was a real place, it wasn't a stop on any of their lines. How can that be? I protested. I could see its train station as clearly in my mind's eye as their bewildered faces before me. Every spring break, I took the train with my family into Chicago, boarding at 7 o'clock in the morning at the platform just east of Berry Street. Dad would hand me $2 to buy a Coke and a bag of pretzels from the vending machines before the train arrived. My younger sister Janie and I sat impatiently on the benches, waiting for our journey to begin. But relaying this memory to the exasperated attendants did little to correct their system, which omitted Casey Falls from its available destinations. I spent that Christmas alone in my dorm, desperately trying to get a hold of my family, but none of them answered. Mom, dad, sister, phone, email, text, Facebook, nothing. Even stranger was that, overnight, their online presence vanished. Erased socials, bounced emails. When I called again, a recording informed me that the numbers I was trying to reach had been disconnected. What is going on? The following 2 weeks, ordinarily spent opening presents, reconnecting with high school friends, ringing in the new year, were instead subsumed under my intense investigation. I scrubbed the internet for any mention of my hometown. I came up empty-handed. Despite endless hours scouring Google, Yahoo, even Bing, I found no mention of the central Michigan burg, ensconced in forest, home to Casey Falls Army Training Camp and the defunct, collapsed copper mines. Even Google Maps erased Casey Falls from its records. Where ordinarily I would see the cluster of homes and farms in Main Street, there was only a green swath of forest land. My hometown had literally been wiped off the map. Worse yet, it was beginning to disappear from my own memory. As break rolled on and my ceaseless search failed to yield a shred of evidence of my hometown's existence, I noticed my own recollection of it fading. While staring bleary-eyed at the television on New Year's Eve, watching revelers crowd Times Square to watch the Spangled Ball drop, I realized I couldn't remember any previous New Year's Eve. How had I spent them in Casey Falls? Maybe it was common to forget a few for their memories to bleed into one another, to mix up which party went with which year, but to lose every New Year's Eve from one's personal history. I felt hollow, and in the void where Casey Falls and my preceding 18 years of memories should have been, something dark and sinister lurked. When my roommate returned in January and saw that I'd been holed up in our dorm for the entire break, he naturally inquired what happened. "What happened indeed," was my mad response. Desperate for a memory of home, even if secondhand, I interrogated Sean. "Surely you remember me talking about home at some point, right?" I asked. And while he agreed that, surely in our various 2 a.m. chats we must have touched on the subject, he was chagrined to admit nothing specific returned. The silver lining to this distressing chat was that I now had a partner. Sean, fascinated by my absent origin, took up the cause with me. He caught up quick, performing his own research online before arriving at the conclusion that we had to see for ourselves. So, on a weekend in late January, he drove us in his junky sedan into the heart of the Mitten, to where Casey Falls should have carved out a space for itself from the surrounding forest. To my horror, we found only trees. Where Main should have intersected with Blanchard, there was only a dirt drive reaching back into the woods. Sean didn't think his car would handle the uneven road too well, but after some pleading, he acquiesced. We drove slow along the forested road, tree branches squeezing us into a tunnel of foliage. "Right here," I said. "Casey Falls should be right here." I leapt out of the car and raced through the woods. I'm not sure why. I don't think it was rational, just my emotions taking control. A medley comprising anger, grief, confusion, fear that propelled me through the underbrush until I tripped over something metal. I turned back to find a green box, like a geocache, resting on the forest floor. Inside, pages yellowed with age featured some sort of code scrawled across them, written with only half-decent penmanship. "What the hell is that?" asked Sean when he finally caught up to me. It was the question we tried pairing with an answer over the ensuing month. Neither of us were real codebreakers, so we shopped the pages around campus, taking it to math nerds and professors in the hopes one of them might crack it. One by one, they tried their best to decipher the documents, but each one met invariably with defeat. One professor called it the toughest code she'd ever encountered, while another suggested, in all likelihood, the pages were rubbish. But the fact that I'd found it where my hometown should have been kept me from accepting the latter explanation. Something was written in those pages, something that helped explain what happened to Casey Falls. But I'll never uncover its secrets. Because on March 3rd, someone tore our dorm room apart, and the only thing they took with them was the coded pages. Spooked by this flagrant invasion of privacy, Sean told me he would pursue the Casey Falls mystery no further. He believed that by showing the documents around campus, we'd attracted the attention of the feds, CIA, NSA, some other three-letter agency no one had ever heard of, and now we were being watched. "Whatever happened to your hometown?" Sean said. "They don't want anyone to find out." The next week, Sean transferred out, enrolling in a school on the East Coast. He left without saying goodbye, another exit without ceremony. I've since taken a barista job to be able to stay in Chicago through the summer, since I've got nowhere else to go. While reckoning with the fact I've become an orphan, in every sense of the word, I can't help shaking the feeling that someone is watching me. Whatever happened to Casey Falls, it wasn't good. I can feel it in my bones, the unheard screams of family and neighbors vibrating in the marrow. I feel them, and it makes me sick, but I cling to the horror because it's all I have left of home. Marco and I have been living together for over 2 years now. We never had any issues with our arrangement. We work together to keep the apartment clean. Rent gets paid on time and in full every month. And I believe we've actually evolved into being friends over time. Therefore, these problems we've been having really threw me off guard. It started when Marco staunchly refused to leave his room. I wasn't exactly worried at first. Our area has recently been hit by an extreme heat wave, and since we don't have an AC, I figured Marco locked himself in with a bunch of electric fans. When I went to knock on his door, I could hear them whirring on the other side. It weirded me out that he didn't answer immediately though. After waiting a couple seconds, I chalked it up to him being asleep. But just as I was about to turn and leave, he called out to me, "Jen?" I breathed a sigh of relief. At least he wasn't dead. "Yeah, it's me. Just wanted to ask if everything's all right." "Sure, I'm, great." His voice gave me pause. It sounded unusual, unlike him. It was garbled and had an almost hissy quality to it. "You going to the store?" "Yeah," I answered, trying not to make my discomfort known. "Need anything? Can you get me a 6-pack and a bag of ice maybe?" I told him I would, and upon my return, I found a 20 lying on the floor by his doorframe. "Keep the change," Marco shouted. I placed the items he'd ordered where his money had been and left, hoping things would be back to normal the following day. Perhaps Marco had caught a heat stroke working outside, and that's all there was to it. Temperatures aren't normally that high where we live, so nobody's used to this kind of weather. The day after was a Sunday, and I made breakfast for the two of us like I did every week. Unlike every week, however, Marco wasn't waiting in the kitchen for it to be finished. At first, I hollered for him to come out and eat with me, but when he didn't answer, I carried a plate of pancakes over to his room. I knocked, then asked into the silence whether he wanted any. I received no response, so I set aside the plate and banged both fists against his door. Still nothing. Both irritated and uneasy, I tried the door handle. My roommate and I are very respectful of each other's privacy, and I would never do so if it wasn't a pressing matter. It didn't amount to anything either way. Marco had locked himself in. He was definitely there though. I heard his chair squeak. "Are you okay?" I asked. "I can call a doctor or..." I trailed off when I saw a note being slid through the crack beneath the door right at my feet. I bent down to pick it up. It was in Marco's handwriting, but decidedly messy, like he'd been in a great hurry and practically spewed ink onto the paper. "Hey Jen, I'm fine, but my throat hurts so I can't talk. I'm sorry, but I'm not coming out. I don't want to pass it on to you. I don't need a doctor. I bet I'll be fine in a couple days. Don't worry, okay?" I frowned at the note, but took the news in stride. What else could I do? I told Marco I'd leave the pancakes outside for him, and not long after I'd returned to the living room, I could hear him dragging the plate inside. I found myself rather missing Marco's presence around the apartment. 3 days went by without me catching so much as a glimpse of him. I'd have to walk past his door to get to the bathroom, and I would hear him playing the weather report on his little TV inside every time. On the fourth morning, I found another note, this time on the fridge. "Hey Jen, I'm going out to see my mom. Be back in a week." What the fuck? First he's sick, now he's going on a trip. I was beyond confused. I tried to call him, but he didn't pick up. That wasn't really a surprise. Marco is one of those people who don't ever really use their cell phone. Most of the time, he doesn't even have it on him. Nevertheless, it only added to my growing concerns. Another 2 days passed, and I didn't hear a thing from my roommate. I tried once more to call him when I got off work, just in case. It was already nighttime, and Marco normally went to bed quite early, so I didn't really expect him to pick up. And he didn't. Instead, I heard a familiar ringtone coming from his room. It only lasted a few seconds before stopping abruptly, like it had been turned off in a hurry. My stomach sank when the realization set in. Why in the world would he lie to me? This didn't make any sense. The whole situation had the hair on the back of my neck stand up. But despite this, I began heading towards Marco's room. His door looked eerie in the dim lamplight of the hallway. I inched closer, hand outstretched to jiggle the handle. Locked. Of course. "Marco?" I tried, pressing my ear up to the wood. "What's going on?" No answer. I could hear a squeaking noise coming from inside, like a chair being moved. "What the fuck, man?" I said, stifling the tremor in my voice. "You're clearly in there. I don't understand." That's when I had an idea. There were spare keys to all the rooms in a drawer in the living room cabinet. Neither of us had ever used them before, but there they were. "Marco, if you're not going to talk to me, then I'm coming in," I declared with all the determination I could muster. He didn't respond. "I'm serious. I'm getting the spare and then I'm coming in." Silence. I bit my lip, turned on my heel, and headed for the living room. My heart was thundering in my chest when I returned with the key. I crammed it into the hole with shaking fingers, turning it once, then twice. Asterisk click. Asterisk. I swallowed, steeling myself before I pushed down the handle and nudged the door open. The motion was accompanied by a drawn-out creaking noise that reminded me I should oil the hinges sometime. With my pulse thrumming in my ears, I entered the darkness beyond the threshold. I couldn't see anything except the limited areas that were illuminated by the ceiling lamp shining in from the hallway. In vain, I groped around for the light switch. Then I decided to give up and just proceed. Something stopped me from going back and grabbing a flashlight. I simply had a feeling I shouldn't turn my back on that room. Both arms outstretched, I ventured further inside, feeling around for Marco's desk. Soon enough, my palms met with the smooth, hard wood, and I braced myself against it, almost desperately. "Marco?" I asked, an intangible fear compelling me to whisper. My hands started roaming the surface in front of me. I could feel his laptop, powered off and shut, his mouse pad and a set of pens and pencils. Then I moved onto the chair. I flinched when I made contact with something dry and soft hanging over it. At first I thought it was a t-shirt, but the fabric felt almost like extremely thin baking paper. I continued to stroke it, and as my hand went down what was presumably the neck hole, I found that it was warm and damp. Disgusted, I withdrew from the surely sweat-soaked piece of clothing. Remembering Marco's small desk lamp, I mentally palmed my face for not looking for it sooner. It didn't take me long to locate the switch. As the small light came on, its beam fell onto what I'd thought asterisk to be a shirt, causing me to recoil in shock. It was skin. There was an entire fucking skin suit slung over the back of the chair. It was like a snake's shedding, except tan and pink and human-shaped, with 2 arms and 2 legs, and a tear in the back from which its wearer must have emerged. The remnants of the face dangled from the ragged neck scrap, and it looked like the dried remains of one of those cosmetic gel masks. I stared at it for a moment, my eyes bulging and my heart in my throat, before I started to violently gag. I clung to the edge of the desk for dear life, trying to keep my thoughts in order, and that's when I heard it. a garbled, distorted hiss coming from right above me. I whipped my head up just in time to catch a glimpse of a figure scuttling across the ceiling and disappearing into the hallway at an inhuman speed. My mind raced, but before I could think of anything better to do, my feet were already carrying me out the door. I burst into the living room, my face burning as panic spread throughout my body. Inwardly, I was yelling at myself to get out, to leave this place while I still could. Despite this, I followed the sound of dishes rattling into the kitchen. I hastily flicked on the lights and started looking around for the source of the noise. My stomach was churning and beads of cold sweat ran down my face. Somewhere in the back of my mind, I knew that whatever had been hiding in the shadows could be none other than Marco. Marco, who was somehow able to walk on the ceiling, who had shed his skin and deposited it on the chair at his desk. Marco, who I'd been living with for 2 years, who had always been kind and friendly and open, who never argued when it was his turn to clean or take the trash out. Marco, who most definitely wasn't human. Marco? Marco was staring at me. I could feel his gaze burning holes into my side. I turned to the right, slowly raising my eyes to the kitchen cupboard. Cowering on top of it, not unlike a wildcat, was my roommate. He had pressed himself against the wall, flattening himself to the cabinet on all fours like a master contortionist. His entire body was of a dripping, aggravated scarlet. His face was bright red, his eyes bulging out of his head. It looked as though the lids were missing. Marco's lips had thinned and receded, so his gums were on display. I'd never realized how large his teeth were. Dampened brown curls clung to his neck and temples. Rooted to the spot, all I could do was stare at this thing that my friend had turned into. It stared back, that same hissing sound emanating from somewhere deep in its throat. Slowly but surely, it loosened from its rigidity and began crawling towards me, sticking to the ceiling like an enormous anthropomorphic gecko. The fluids coating Marco's pink body dripped onto the floor in front of me. I must have forgotten how to breathe altogether. My tongue was bone dry, like a dead leaf lying limp inside my mouth. "Marco," I muttered. "Marco, this is you, right?" A rumble rolled from his chest, something akin to a growl. I raised both my hands, taking a step back as he advanced. "You're okay. I swear," I stammered. "I'm not gonna tell. Whatever this is, I promise I'm not gonna tell." He stopped and cocked his head, neck cracking. His mouth fell open and his tongue dropped out. It was twice as long as humanly possible. I stifled a shudder, keeping my hands up and forcing myself to assume a soothing expression. "Everything's okay. Stop growling. You know me. We live together. I make you breakfast on Sundays, and it's your turn to take the trash out tomorrow." Marco closed his mouth. He crept over to the left wall and began descending, movements fast and spider-like. Once more standing on 2 feet, he started walking towards me step by step, the soles of his skin-stripped feet creating a wet slapping sound on the smooth, clean floor. I dropped my arms, focusing on keeping my breathing steady until he finally came to a stop in front of me. "You're okay," I repeated. "You're all right. Can you still hear me? Do you understand what I'm saying?" A nod. Then he opened his mouth, forcibly shaping the growls and hissing noises into distorted, almost intelligible words. "My kind is sensitive to heat." I'll never forget that day. It was February 14th, 1996, and my first grade teacher, Miss Buford, was pleased as punch with the activity she'd created. She'd asked our class to use construction paper, ribbons, and other materials to make a Valentine's Day card, then give it to someone else. The more kids who accepted your Valentine, the more points you got, and the kid who had the most points at the end of class would win a bag of candy. I didn't care about candy. I didn't care about winning. I just needed someone to take my stupid, ugly Valentine so that I wouldn't be the only kid left still holding their own card, but no one would. I stood near the rear of the classroom with my hands clenched into fists, fighting back tears. There was Miss Buford, standing in front of the chalkboard with a smug smile on her face. There was Kyle, the most popular boy in class, giving chocolates to anyone who took a Valentine from him. There was the rest of my class, laughing, smiling, having a good time. It was like they were a totally different species from me, and more than anything else, I wanted to be like them. I shut my eyes tight and wished harder than I'd wished for anything that someone, anyone, would take the card from my hand. "Ah, don't you have a Valentine?" It didn't sound like an answer to my prayers. It sounded like someone was teasing me. Stranger still, the voice was coming from the closet where we hung our coats. As I turned around to look at it, I remembered how dark and musty it always seemed, how I always had an irrational fear that a hand might reach out from that wall of children's clothing and pull me through to some other place. Now, however, there was another child standing in the shadows. "I'll be your Valentine if you'll be mine." I gulped, my throat dry. This was what I had wanted, wasn't it? The girl stepped out of the closet and approached with strange, jerky steps. I didn't recognize her, but that didn't surprise me. I barely knew anyone at Briarwood Elementary School. The girl wore mismatched clothes, oversized rubber boots, pajama pants, a lumpy wool sweater stained with mud. They looked like clothes you'd find in the trash along a riverbank after a flood, I thought, and a shiver ran up my spine. Her hair was long and bedraggled, and seemed wet somehow, as though she'd just been swimming. She walked up beside me and grabbed my wrist with a tiny, cold hand. The shock of it made me release my grip on the clumsily made card I was holding, and before I knew it, she'd taken it and replaced it with another. For a long moment, it was like we were the only two people in the world. The noise of my first grade class faded into the background, replaced by the steady dripping of water from her hair. Her thin, wide mouth was smiling at me, but her eyes weren't. They were hollow. I gasped, and she was gone, leaving only the black construction paper heart that she had pressed into my hand. The chaos of the classroom returned to its full volume, and I thought it was over. The card in my hand had an irony chemical smell like metal and motor oil, and before I knew it, it had begun to smoke. It burst into flames before my eyes. No one could figure out exactly how the fire had been started, but I was blamed for it anyway. I was suspended from school for 2 days. Although my parents were furious, what hurt the most was that no one believed me. There was no girl matching the description I gave in my class or even in the school. But for me, laying awake at night, my eyes fixed on the closet, that knowledge was far from comforting. I was terrified that at any minute the door might creak open and she would be there again, with her child-sized shadow and those awful empty eyes staring out of the dark. Yet, when I returned to school and she still hadn't reappeared after a week, my fear and the memories of what had happened that day began to fade. Maybe my parents and the school counselor were right. Maybe I had made it all up for attention. It was easier somehow to believe that. Until it happened again. I don't remember much of Valentine's Day 1999, only that it rained, I caught a cold, my mother made me eat chicken noodle soup, and that I spent the evening reading in bed. By then, I had realized that I preferred the vivid, fantastical world of fiction over the dull, petty one that was so important to my classmates. I could spend hours with my nose in a book, barely noticing the passage of time. It was around 10 p.m. when I heard tapping against my bedroom window. At first, I thought it was just the rain, but the sound was too loud and repetitive for that. A tree branch then, I thought, or maybe some weird nightbird pecking on the glass. The overcast sky outside was so dark that the window seemed to have been painted black. If I wanted to find the source of that irritating noise, I'd have to open it first. Damp, chilly night air blew into my bedroom as I leaned out into the night. No bird took flight. No tree branch scraped against my face. Rain fell silently on my still dark backyard. I was about to pull my head back indoors when 2 pale hands reached down from above, locking my head in place with a vice-like grip. I shut my eyes tight and felt cold lips press against my own. "Happy Valentine's Day," I screamed. My eyes snapped open, but she was already gone, swallowed by the night. My parents came running, but when they burst through the door, I didn't know what to say. I was afraid that if I told the truth, they would think I was crazy, and I knew what happened to crazy people. I'd seen black and white photos of old asylums in library books, pictures of bare padded walls, and skeletally thin figures in straitjackets, grinning madly from the shadows. I would rather die than wind up in a place like that, I thought. I kept my mouth shut. By morning, my cold had mutated into a full-blown fever. I was delirious, raving about pale hands and girls in closets while I writhed in my sweat-soaked sheets. In my dreams, I was drowning, sinking slowly into muddy water so deep that I couldn't see the bottom, the murky daylight getting further and further away with each passing second. I slept for nearly 3 full days, and even after I woke, it was weeks before I got my energy back. My parents blamed the open window and the wet winter air, but I had a different theory, one born of the scary story collections that I loved so much back then. The girl had drained me somehow. She had drunk my energy so that she could continue to exist. For a few years after that, I ditched school on February 14th, locking myself in my room with the lights on until the fateful day had passed. But I couldn't get away with that forever. Eventually, I was forced to go out into the world, where she could get to me. The year I was 13, it happened during my walk back home from the bus stop. It was a gloomy day, warm but overcast, and I still remember the sinking feeling I got in the pit of my stomach when the bright yellow bus disappeared around the corner. My house, which was barely 2 blocks distant, suddenly felt very, very far away. I was walking past the drainage sewer when her cold fingers gripped my hand and spun me around. For the first time in years, I found myself face to face with her. She had grown along with me. Her clothes were different, but they still had that cast-off, waterlogged look, and her bedraggled hair now hung down nearly to her waist. But those black empty eye sockets, those hadn't changed. "I hope you're ready for our date." With incredible strength, she dragged me off the sidewalk toward the sewer canal. She was a head shorter than I was, and probably less than half my weight, but she pulled me along as if I weighed nothing at all. Soon, we were inside the small clump of waterlogged pine trees that loomed over the concrete ditch. My feet slipped in the mud, but she kept pulling, dragging me up to the point where the soggy ground sank into a deep pond. She wasn't going to stop, I realized with horror. She was going to take me into the water with her. My fever dream came back to me with horrible clarity. The murky water filling my lungs, slowly sinking as a dead weight pulled me down. I thought that I had been screaming for help before, but that was nothing compared to the shrieks that came out of my mouth then. I threw myself onto the muddy shore, twisting and squirming, but nothing could break her grip. I took one last deep breath before the frigid water closed over my head. We must have been about 15 feet down when she stopped and pointed to something in the muck. I couldn't make out any details in the wall of mud. The greenish light was too dim, and besides, my lungs were ready to explode. Her tugging on my wrist grew more insistent until she finally did the last thing I would have expected. She let me go. Black spots flashed in front of my eyes. I wasn't much of a swimmer, and my arms felt heavy, weakened by a lack of oxygen. With the surface just a few tantalizing feet away, I realized that I wasn't going to make it. I had expected the feeling to be terrifying, but it wasn't. It was more like acceptance. I didn't have to fight anymore. I could just let myself sink. Water rushed up beneath me, and the pond vomited me out onto the muddy shore. I lay there shivering, bent double, hacking up foul water, and wondering why I had been given me another chance. Was this a curse? Some kind of sick game? I didn't even know who she was, but back at home after the longest shower of my life, I became determined to find out. There wasn't much to go on. After my near miss with the elementary school counselor, I didn't dare to risk telling anyone about my experience, and the library and internet weren't much help either. I stumbled upon a few stories of local ghosts and urban legends, but none fit the description of the girl who appeared to me every Valentine's Day. I knew that I should go back to the pond, but I couldn't bring myself to dive back into that foul-smelling greenish water in search of whatever the girl had wanted me to see. The older I got, the harder it became to keep my secret. It wasn't long before I ran out of explanations for the friends and family who demanded to know why I behaved so strangely every February 14th. During the winter of 2002, my parents had finally had enough. They insisted that I attend my high school's annual Valentine's Day dance. They refused to hear my excuses about not having a date or suffering from social anxiety. I was going, and that was that. For a time, I hoped that an oncoming snowstorm would cause the dance to be canceled, but the big blizzard that everyone was so afraid of turned out to be a light dusting of powder. With my too big borrowed suit and small circle of equally single friends, I figured I'd just have to make the best of it and hope that she didn't show up. By the end of the night, I was actually having a pretty good time. The whole thing was sort of fun once I stopped taking it so seriously, and I felt confident that she wouldn't appear in front of such a big crowd. By 10:30 p.m., smooth, slow songs were playing and couples were rocking their way awkwardly across the squeaky gym floor. My friends, along with about half of the attendees, had already shuffled outside to be picked up by their guardians, but my own parents demanded that I stay until after the last dance. I figured I'd kill some time by walking around the plastic bleachers at the edge of the dance floor. And that was where I saw her. She was sitting in the topmost row, well beyond the slow-moving, colorful lights. If it hadn't been for the glitter of her damp hair in the darkness and that creeping feeling on the back of my neck, I never would have known she was there at all. She was wearing stained and half-torn wedding gown that, under the circumstances, looked like a nightmarish version of a prom dress. When my eyes met the hollows where hers had been, she ran a long, pale tongue across her lips. I looked away immediately, telling myself childishly that if I ignored her, maybe she would go away. But when I gave in, looked again, she had gotten even closer. I couldn't take it anymore. I turned on her, demanding to know who she was and what she wanted from me. "Look beneath," she rasped, then stepped backwards into the darkness. I felt the heavy hand of the football coach on my shoulder. He wanted to know who I had been yelling at. I shook him off and scrambled up the bleachers. Beneath the bench where she had been sitting was a bouquet of dead roses, tied with a half-decayed ribbon. The flowers were choked with muck and trash, but under them, I spotted something: a golden heart-shaped locket. I didn't know much about jewelry, but it looked expensive. Jogging out of the gym and into the lobby, I inspected it more closely. There was an engraving on the back: RKL plus EM, February 14th, 1992. My heart skipped a beat. My father's full name was Raymond Keith Lancaster, and RKL could just as easily have been his initials. But who was EM? Why was that date important? And why the flowers? When my father picked me up 20 minutes later, I was tempted to ask him about it, but some instinct made me hesitate. "Look beneath," the girl had said. What if she was talking about more than just the flowers? Until I knew more, I decided to keep my discovery to myself. RKL. EM. Look beneath. It occurred to me that she might have been talking about my house. My father had an office in the basement, although it wasn't much of a study. Just a big desk for the models he painted, some filing cabinets and bookshelves, and a safe. I had never wondered what might be in there before. Business documents, my father had said, and I'd taken him at his word. But now, on most days, I got home from school before my parents left work, giving me about a 2-hour window to look beneath. There was something unsettling about the bare white walls and cool stillness of the basement, something that made me sure I would look up from my investigation to find her. Or, worse, my angry father hovering over me, demanding to know what I was doing, demanding to know what I had found out. In the top drawer of my father's desk, I discovered a yellowed instruction manual for the safe. It took a combination of 10 letters or numbers to open it, and 5 wrong attempts would seal it completely. I opened it on the 3rd try with EM 2141992. Just as my father had insisted, there was nothing but old paperwork inside. At first glance. Underneath it, however, was something else. An envelope full of letters that had been sent between my father and someone named Elizabeth Murphy. I realized with disgust that my father had been having an affair, but from there, the notes took an even darker turn. Something terrible had happened on the night of Valentine's Day, 1992. "I know how bad you feel," Eliza had written, "but you did what was best for everyone. There's no point in destroying all our lives over one little accident." One little accident? The internet was a different beast now than it had been when I had first searched for ghosts and local legends. Less than a minute after I powered up the PC on my father's desk, I was looking at a news article about a girl who'd gone missing in my neighborhood on February 14th, 1992. I recognized the gap-toothed, brown-haired girl in the photo, although the version of her that I knew was older, paler, and missing her eyes. Laura Broadwell's mother, Amanda, wasn't sure exactly what had gone wrong that night. She had been drinking pretty heavily since the divorce, and that last thing she remembered was coming in with the groceries, putting on some cartoons for her daughter, and opening a few bottles of cheap champagne. It was possible, she admitted, that she hadn't completely closed the front door. Possible, too, that 4-year-old Laura had seen the half-open door and wandered outside to see what the world looked like after dark. Unfortunately for the police, the rainstorm that swept through that night washed away any evidence of where Laura might have gone. Regular updates on the case continued for a few months afterwards, but with no leads and Laura's mother already behind bars for negligence, there was little to report. By the time Laura Broadwell appeared in the closet of my first-grade classroom, she had been forgotten by almost everyone for years. Most people in the comment sections blamed Amanda for what had happened, but no one could offer a clear explanation for what had occurred that night. Armed with my father's letters to Eliza and the knowledge that she had lived right across the street from the drainage ditch, however, I didn't think I needed one. It was easy to imagine how it might have gone. Raymond Keith Lancaster, speeding out of the neighborhood to meet his lover, a bouquet and a locket beside him in the passenger seat. 4-year-old Laura Broadwell, walking across the yard while her mother snores drunkenly on the couch, in the blue glow of her cartoons. Laura doesn't look up before crossing the road. My father, with only one thing on his mind, doesn't brake in time. Slick roads, screeching tires, and a sudden, horrible snapping sound. My panicking father checks for witnesses, but no one is looking out their windows on a rainy Valentine's Day night. He sees the drainage ditch and the pond beyond it. He wraps the body in a tarp from the trunk, weighs it down, and hurls it into the water, unaware that the bouquet and locket have fallen out onto the road in the confusion. Rain washes them down the concrete ditch and into the pond, where they sink down into the mud, along with whatever was left of Laura Broadwell. He takes his car into an under-the-table shop, blaming wet roads and a fallen tree for the damages. As the days drag on, Eliza and my father realize that they're in the clear. The secret of their affair is safe, as is the secret of the death they caused one rainy February night. Was it the link between my father's crime and the holiday that drew Laura to me all those years ago? I wasn't sure, but I knew what I had to do. This year, on Valentine's Day, I went back to the pond beyond the drainage ditch by choice this time. On a burner phone, I called in a tip about where the missing body of Laura Broadwell might be found. After hanging up, I sat and spoke to the shadows on the surface of the dark winter water. I said that I would leave the locket on my father's desk that night, so that he would know that everyone he cared about would soon find out the truth. I also said that I'd leave the front door of my house open just a crack, just as it had been left open for Laura all those years ago. It's just a few minutes after midnight, and I can already hear the creak of footsteps in the hallway downstairs. I wonder what she's bringing my father for Valentine's Day. Please feed Mohan his dog food, Pedigree, at 2 p.m. The packet is in the cupboard, and his dog bowl is kept near the kitchen sink. I stared at the WhatsApp message, reading it again and again. My emotions were caught between bemusement and nervousness at the bizarre request. I know what you all are thinking. Just feed the damn dog his kibble. But here are the facts. Mohan is not a dog. He is a 10-year-old. To give you all some context upon my situation, I had agreed to babysit Mrs. Sharma's son Mohan because my mother wanted our new kooky neighbor to feel at home. And no, this was not a paid babysitting job. It was just an endeavor to build neighborly relations by my over-enthusiastic mother. But as I said just now, Mrs. Sharma was a kooky. I had only observed her twice, but both the moments left quite an impression upon me. The first one happened when I caught her cutting a bar of soap like a carrot upon my mother's chopping board. She had brought a pack of those as gifts when she first came to visit us, a brand new pack of expensive sandal soaps. At that time, I was reading a book from a position where she could not see me, but I could see her on the sofa chatting with my mother. But when my mother went to the terrace to fetch our drying clothes for 10 minutes, I surreptitiously watched her take one of the bars and start dicing it upon the chopping board my mother had just used for slicing radishes. I looked away after 5 minutes, but Mrs. Sharma had clearly left no trace of her actions, because when my mother came back, they continued their nonsensical conversations while my mother once again picked up her knife and continued chopping the remaining vegetables. Needless to say, I refused to eat dinner that night and ordered from Zomato. The second incident happened when I caught Mrs. Sharma tasting Pedigree, a popular brand of dog food, when my mother and I were visiting her home. Mrs. Sharma went into her kitchen to pour some drinks and snacks for us while we were waiting in her guest room. At that time, I had a sudden urge to use the washroom. I silently walked past the kitchen, but my eyes happened to glance upon her for a few seconds. And there she was, taking kibbles out of a Pedigree packet and putting them in her mouth. I refused to eat anything she served to me and my mom later on. I also mentally grimaced every time my mom picked a bite to eat. The woman clearly had issues, and I wished that my mom would have stayed clear of her. But fate had other plans. The two had become fast friends, and now I was saddled with babysitting Mrs. Sharma's 10-year-old son, Mohan. When I had questioned my mother about why we didn't see Mohan during our visit to Mrs. Sharma's house, Mom told me that it was because he had gone on a walk with a girl from our colony. My mom also gave me a list of written instructions on how to take care of that kid. I wished she would just WhatsApp me, but she just had to write it on paper in her terrible handwriting. Honestly, the only redeeming quality of Mrs. Sharma so far was that she was not as technophobic as my mother and had agreed to message me the instructions. The babysitting ordeal was to last from 12 noon till 6 in the evening. I had not even glanced upon the list my mother had given me, as Mrs. Sharma had promised me that she would text me the relevant tasks throughout the day. So, with an irritated look upon my face, I went to pursue the challenge. I first saw Mohan in the living room of their house, watching television. An episode of Doraemon blared from the television, and I winced at how loud it was, but the kid was unaffected. Mrs. Sharma had just deposited the keys to her house with me right outside the house and left in a hurry without even introducing me to her kid. Her craziness clearly wasn't going away anytime soon. I felt sorry for the kid for having such a weird mother without even having met him. So that is how I had relaxed a little and entered their living room after safely locking the door. I was told by my mother that Mohan was 10 years old and he looked exactly like a normal 10-year-old would. He was watching the television screen with his black hair combed back, wearing a red t-shirt and a pair of comfortable pants, munching upon Maggi noodles with a glass of mango juice nearby. I introduced myself to him, and he monotonously replied to my basic questions, his attention clearly fixed upon the television. But he looked comfortable enough, so I went into the guest bedroom of the house to watch Dairy Girls on Netflix after reassuring him to call me if he needs anything. I was captivated by the show until Mrs. Sharma's message notification came on WhatsApp. That is when the weird message that I had talked about earlier came in, at 1:40 p.m., and reading the message made me wish that there was some version of CPS in India, because the entire event just screamed that something abusive was going on with Mohan and his mother. I wondered if Mrs. Sharma was joking with me, so I nervously went to the cupboard to see if I would actually find dog food over there. I was hoping that the last time I saw her eat pedigree kibbles in her kitchen was just some hallucination or glitch in the Matrix moment. But there it was. A yellow packet with a cute little golden retriever picture. A big packet of pedigree. I stared at it for a good 10 minutes, wondering what my next steps should be. Should I make a run for it and inform my mother about the incident? Or should I grab Mohan along with me too? Or should I just ignore my conscience and feed him the dog food and finish my babysitting task? Because if the past events were anything to go by, it certainly would not be the first time he would be eating it. My mind was racing in all directions until suddenly I heard scratching at one of the bedroom doors nearby. To say that my blood had turned to ice by now would be an understatement. I quickly ran to Mohan and asked him what was causing the scratching. Maybe it was just a pet that Mrs. Sharma had confused with Mohan, I thought nervously. But Mohan's reply caught me off guard. "It is the red man," he told me. What? Just ignore him and don't open that door. After giving that vague answer, he went back to watching some cartoon. I was beyond scared by this point and just wanted to bolt out of the house. But one question still lingered in my mind. "Does your mother feed you pedigree?" I asked him cautiously. Mohan looked at me for a few seconds and nodded yes. I sucked in a breath and hurriedly told him to come with me to my house. He had clearly been abused and was under some delusion of the red man. I could not in good conscience leave the kid here with that crazy witch. So, I just grabbed his arm and started dragging him with me. I frantically reassured him that we would call the police on his mother and he would be safe from her. But he quietly told me that there was no point to that. That made me pause in my tracks. I looked over my shoulder to see that he had suddenly become hunched over and was shaking with tears. "That woman is not my mother. My mother was killed 2 years ago. The red man had killed her. And if you try to complain about it, it will kill you." "What the hell are you talking about?" I screamed at the kid, my mind spinning. "It is true. It used to be just me and my mom, the real Radhika Sharma. She used to be normal. But one weird rule existed in our house. Mom had forbidden me from going to the guest room of my house, claiming that a ghost lives there and we should be wary of him. I used to be extremely afraid of that threat because I could sometimes hear scratching sounds from behind that locked door. One night, when I went to get water, I saw her standing outside the door to that room with a very frightened look on her face. I saw it. A red hand had suddenly emerged from the door and grabbed her inside. I ran back to my room and hid under the covers the entire night. I was sobbing throughout the night and was terrified. Terrified that my mother had been killed. Terrified that the red man exists and that he would come after me. He never came out. The next day, my mother came to wake me up. I was scared but happy to see her. But that morning for breakfast, she served me the pedigree that used to feed our dog at that time. Her eccentric behavior did not end there. She would always take baths with a mixture of milk and oil. She would sleep on the roof of our car with her eyes open. She would twist her neck at odd angles pretty often, and she would also cut up slices of soap to feed our dog. Our dog, he died soon because of that. I stared at Mohan with a numb feeling. He continued his rambles. I knew then that thing was not my mother, that my mommy was dead, and I also knew that whatever that thing is, it was trying to imitate humans. It has gotten rather good at it over 2 years. We moved a lot during that time. It will always chat up the new neighbors, trying to appear more and more normal. I knew it was some weird creature, but I also knew that it was not the red man, because no matter where we moved, there would always be one of our rooms that would be locked and off limits to me, and I could hear scratching behind it. He finally finished his story while sobbing throughout. I just kept on standing there, feeling like an icy hand had gripped my heart. I was not afraid for the kid. I knew he would survive somehow. I was afraid for myself, knowing that I had basically entered a haunted house. Mohan had escaped my grasp and ran upstairs, probably to cry to himself some more. But I knew that if I didn't get out of the house that second, my legs would give out and I would not escape alive. I was about to make a run for it when I heard a tire screech in the background. Mrs. Sharma, or more pointedly, the thing imitating her, was home. I just stood there frozen like a statue when the lock turned. The thing must have had a spare key, of course, and within moments, it opened the door and entered the house with a cheery face. "Hello, dear. How was your day?" "I am sorry I came home early. The grocery shop I like was closed today, and I was free to come home early. I hope you had fun with Mohan. He is very friendly." The thing grinned at me. I just stared in silence, not a movement out of me. It moved towards the room from where the scratching sounds were coming from, still chatting me up. I hope Mohan ate his food properly. He generally is a good boy, but I had to discipline him for a very long time for him to reach that stage when it comes to food. I watched in silent horror as it came to stand before the door with the scratching sounds, but a confused expression came upon his face. "Dearie, did you not let Mohan out of the room?" "Huh?" The inquisitive expression just escaped my mouth, the first prickle of curiosity coming over me. Without any warning, its hands turned the handle and opened the door. I screamed and tried to make a run for it, until I heard a bark from behind me. I just froze upon the spot, slowly turning my head around. I expected to see a grotesque red figure with a creepy smile coming at me with inhuman speed. Instead, a happy golden retriever ran up to me. I tried to collect my thoughts for a minute. I expected that this was all a show, and both the woman and dog would soon reveal their true paranormal forms. But nothing of that sort happened. The golden happily continued to hug me, and Mrs. Sharma watched with a worried look on her face. "Did you not feed him, dearie? Mohan must be very hungry now," Mrs. Sharma replied, pointing to the dog. "What are you talking about? Mohan is your son, isn't he?" "I refer to him as my son, but he is not my actual son, dearie. He is a dog. Why are you asking such a weird question?" "But, were you confused all this time because you thought I had an actual son? I never had a child, and I had never been married. I have only had one companion for 10 years, my beloved Mohan. Let me feed him now. He must be hungry." With that, she walked towards the kitchen. I just excused myself and ran to my home. I ambushed my mother as soon as I saw her. "Did you know that Mohan was a dog?" I angrily questioned my mother. "Of course. Why are you asking such an idiotic question? Was that not clear enough the first time you saw him? Mohan being a dog was literally the first thing I wrote in my list, but you did not read it." My mother chided me. I was at a complete loss of words. If Mohan was a dog, then who the hell was the boy I had talked to? Wanting more answers, I started narrating Mrs. Sharma's past actions to my mother. I told her about Mrs. Sharma's weird soap chopping and pedigree eating behaviors from earlier. I expected her to be shocked at this, but she only laughed. She was chopping the soap because I had asked her to do that. Silly. I had wanted to take those pieces of soap to keep them in our potted plants. I had read somewhere that they repel insects and wanted to check for myself. And as far as the pedigree eating is concerned, she did not eat it. She told me that she puts a few pieces in her mouth to encourage Mohan to eat it. She sometimes does it, even when he is not there out of absent-mindedness. You may think it is weird, but the tactic has been quite effective so far. With that, my mother started walking towards the dining table, still speaking. "You have really disappointed me this time. I expected you would take better care of Mohan. You are lucky Mrs. Sharma is a sweet lady. She would probably forgive you. Mrs. Sharma had even brought a gift for you for taking care of Mohan." My mother kept on ranting. My mother pointed towards a painting kept on the dining table. But as soon as I saw it, beads of sweat started collecting on my forehead, and I felt like I would faint, because the painting consisted of a picture of the same boy I had talked to earlier that day, and on the bottom right corner, it was signed as the Red Man. Since then, I have tried to throw out the painting multiple times, but it keeps on showing up in weird places in my house. So, all I am requesting you guys is that if you ever end up babysitting a kid talking about the red man, just call an exorcist. They say seeing is believing, but if I'd followed that advice, I'd be dead now. It was a deaf-blind friend who first told me there was someone in the house with me. I scoffed. I didn't believe him. I looked out across the wide open empty living room. I looked upstairs in the den and spare bedroom, and out at the patio and in the kitchen. It was just the two of us, but my friend Will insisted. While he was sitting on the base of the stairs, tracing his fingers along the ornate, sculpted banister, I went upstairs to grab something from the den. He felt another set of footsteps on the stairs after mine, following me up. He told me afterward in sign language when we sat down at the table for tea. Then he asked me who else was here. I chuckled, my fingers tickling his leg in laughter, and told him he must have imagined it. But he claimed he could smell them. When I asked him to describe the smell, he said it smelled bad, a sort of garbage smell, someone who needed a bath or hung out in the trash. Maybe my trash needed to go out, I said, and insisted it was just us. Are you sure? He and I were supposed to be working on the script for a game we were developing together, but he interrupted my suggestions to exclaim, "There, do you smell it?" I didn't smell a thing, nor did I see anyone in the living room with us. Does your nose actually work? Or is it just a decoration on your face? Will burst, exasperated. When I dropped him off back at his apartment later, after we'd finished our work together, as he was getting out of the car, he warned me again that I definitely have another person hiding somewhere in my home. His hands described the field to me. 2 fingers of his right hand walking up my arm toward my shoulder. 2 fingers of his left following behind, softer. Then he tapped his hand along my arm, showing me the feel of the vibration, first heavier, more solid, my steps, and then lighter but still palpable, the second set of steps following mine and vibrating the wooden stairs. I patted his arm in affirmation and told him I'd search the house when I got home. Be careful, he said, his signing emphatically slow, and gave my arm a final squeeze before tapping his way to the front of his building with his white cane. As soon as I got home, I searched the house, but I couldn't imagine where an intruder might conceal themselves. It was a cozy house, 2 levels with small square footage. The rent was suspiciously low, but I chalked that up to the lack of AC, creaky pipes, and age of the place. I looked under the sink, in the closets, in the cupboards, in the spare bedroom. I even bought a camera and set it up, but all I captured overnight was myself sleepwalking. I vaguely remembered waking on the staircase and returning to bed. Other than that, the motion capture didn't turn on. According to the video, I was alone in my house. Still, the next morning I couldn't stop thinking about what he'd said. It said that if you lose one sense, your others become sharper to compensate. But what if the reverse is also true? Was my reliance on my eyes causing my brain to shut out my other senses? What if I tried closing my eyes? It seemed silly. Even so, on a whim, that evening I went around the house wearing a blindfold. I was feeling my way through the kitchen, filling a glass with water from the sink, when I felt the presence of someone. I couldn't pinpoint why. I just had the sense of not being alone. The hairs on my neck rose, and suddenly, I was absolutely certain someone was coming up behind me. I snatched off my blindfold. Just me. Still, the feeling lingered for a moment, those goosebumps persisting on my arms. I put the blindfold back on and puttered around in the kitchen for a while. It was then I noticed the smell, like rotten meat, like unwashed flesh, spoiled and awful, and it was so faint, just wafting occasionally. The hairs on the nape of my neck stood up. I went upstairs trying to follow the smell, but I lost it almost immediately when I went into my den. I came back downstairs, my fingers lightly tracing the wall. Thud, thud, thud. I stopped because I felt footsteps behind me, felt the soft reverberation on the wooden staircase, just a beat after my own. It was just like Will had described to me. Someone was here, right behind me. I felt cold breath on my ear. I tore off the blindfold and whirled around. The staircase was empty. That night, as I lay in bed, I had trouble drifting to sleep. I was afraid of what might happen overnight, and sure enough, I woke up on the stairs, sleepwalking. But instead of returning to bed, I tried to keep myself in that dreamy state, and I held my eyes closed. My arm was cold. It took me a moment to realize that someone was holding my hand, a touch of icy fingers drawing me forward. Those dead fingers leading me up the stairs. Every instinct told me to tear my hand away and run, but I let the dead hand guide me up until I was on the landing. The rotten smell made my eyes water as the door to the spare bedroom opened. An overwhelming sense of dread made it hard to breathe as the hand guided me across the room. Then my fingers touched the cool handle to the balcony door and pushed the door open, fresh air gusting around me. I yanked back, terror shooting through me, and rushed for the light switch. I was alone again. I'm now looking for a new place to live. Will is right. I'm not alone, and my life is in danger every night I stay here. I've got to get out as soon as I can, but my budget is tight and housing is scarce in this area. So until I find a place, I've installed a bolt on the balcony doors and moved a heavy bookcase in front of them, and I've locked that spare bedroom. You see, I did some research and found out that the tenant who lived here before me died by hanging himself from the balcony of the upstairs bedroom. Before him, there was an old woman who lived here with her daughter, and the daughter was also found hanging. In fact, I don't know how many people before me have died here, seemingly by taking their own lives. The house is not reported to be haunted because no one has ever seen a ghost here. But every day, I feel someone in the house with me, their footsteps treading just behind mine. And every night, those dead fingers take my hand and try to lead me out to the balcony. I know how it sounds. Let me explain. My relationship with Miles used to be completely perfect. The day after our wedding, he drove us to his secluded cabin on the Pacific Coast Highway. Cabin is what he called it. I would have called it a mansion. A sleek little hideaway overlooking the ocean. The air was damp and cool, and we built a fire to chase away the chill. Outside, the waves crashed onto the rocks below. The cabin was truly the perfect romantic getaway, secluded and scenic. He poured me a glass of red wine, and we sat around the crackling logs late into the night. We'd had a picture-perfect whirlwind romance. I was working on the set of a new TV show as a wardrobe assistant. He was the charming actor playing a minor role. I worked grueling hours for low pay. He made the big bucks. It was all so unexpected when he took an interest in me, but it wasn't like I was unattractive. No, everyone agreed we made a lovely couple. Even my parents, whom he charmed immediately with his down-to-earth sensibilities. Our wedding was the most incredible day. All of my childhood expectations were exceeded. The custom wedding dress, the $10,000 cake, the natural setting, with 200 of my closest friends and relatives, the endlessly blue, cloudless sky. My friends all said the pictures would be gorgeous, that we were a perfect couple, that the day was something out of a fairy tale. That was the happiest day of my life. I had everything I ever wanted. Miles was the whole package, smart, handsome, rich, and he was finally mine. Or so I thought. Little did I know that after the wedding, the happiness would fade. I think he thought I wouldn't notice, wouldn't say anything, wouldn't complain. That is, when I finally noticed he was cheating, running around with other women. Which is what he's doing right now. Miles thinks the house is empty, but I'm here. I never leave. I can hear them up there. Footsteps across the floor, a muted giggle. That would be his new girlfriend, I presume. She's probably wowed by this place like I was. And Miles himself, of course. But there's a sight I'd like to show her that's more impressive than the ocean view. It's me, all chopped up in the downstairs freezer. You see, Miles didn't like that I figured out his little secret. He liked it less that I confronted him about it. And when I tried to pack my bags and slip out one evening, He cornered me in the garage. He'd been watching me on the security cameras all along. I hadn't even realized they were there. Miles thought he was done with me. He'd solved his problem, at least temporarily. Except, I'm still here. It's hard to haunt when you're wrapped up in plastic. But so far, I've successfully scared 2 other women away from this place before anything bad happened to them. Turns out whispering, "Get out," into someone's ear as they lay by the pool is pretty freaky enough to make them leave. I want to warn the girl upstairs too. She's not safe, because he's not done. I get the feeling I wasn't the first kill. It seemed too natural, too practiced. That knife just slid in too easily for it to be impulse. I think there might be more of us down here. Unfortunately, I only have finite energy left in my ghost form. Speaking, even whispering takes a lot. It's taking all the energy I have left to haunt the computer Miles keeps down here, sliding along the passive Ethernet cables into the wide world of the internet, where I've come to plead for help. So please, is there anyone out who could come save her? Reflect Orbita was a new groundbreaking tech company that sold daylight during the night. Go ahead and Google it and see for yourselves. They aimed to reflect the sun's rays over solar panels down here on the Earth's surface, well after it had gone dark, to maximize the sun's energy output. At first, it sounded like something out of a sci-fi movie, but my jaw dropped when I Googled their website, and everything about them seemed legit. Ordering sunlight was as simple as ordering an Uber. I typed in my exact coordinates, and like magic, everything around me lit up. I was even more amazed when I looked up, and above me was a ball of shining light in the night sky. The Reflect Orbital app also came with a cool feature that allowed you to run your finger over a map of your location, allowing you to move the light around. I lived on a farm in a rural part of the country, which lacked the orange glow of artificial light that lit up city streets. The only benefit of it being pitch black was seeing the stars in all their amazing glory on a clear night. Having acres of space meant I had room for solar panels, which is great during the summer, but in the winter when the days are short and gloomy, solar panels aren't worth shit. So having the ability to have bright natural light beamed from space seemed almost too good to be true. I wasn't expecting much, but I was more than surprised when the energy output of the solar panels was twice what you would get after a week's worth of natural light. It was as if they were juiced up with steroids, giving me enough energy to get us through 2 weeks of winter nights. "Stephen, come quick, you need to see this," called my wife, her voice beckoning me from the fields. My wife, Susan, stood in the cornfield, pointing to the sprouts of green poking up through the freshly sowed cornfield. "Should they be sprouting this quickly?" asked my wife in a bewildered tone. I was as puzzled as she was. I had only sowed the field 2 days ago, and already the field was awash with green. I had a feeling the light I had beamed down from space had something to do with the miraculous growth of the corn, so I figured another night of sunshine wouldn't hurt. I used the app to focus the light on the field. As it basked in the warm rays of light, my wife's eyes fixated on the orange glow from the ball of light in the sky. She seemed mesmerized by the intensity of its warmth and lost in its heavenly glow. "Are you still with us?" I asked jokingly. As she stood there in silence, staring up at the sky, I noticed something strange. The shadow her body cast seemed to twist and morph into grotesque shapes, whereas I didn't seem to cast any shadow at all. The next morning, when I went to check on the fields, I couldn't believe my eyes. The corn stood 12 feet high from seed to harvest in just over 2 days. My delight was soon shattered by the sight of the corn. The ears that held the yellow kernels were deformed, even monstrous, and didn't look like your average corn on the cobs. I pulled one off the stalk and bit into it. The putrid taste assaulted my senses, causing me to throw up. The whole field of corn was affected. Nothing could be salvaged, meaning I would have to start over again. I spent the night tossing and turning, and when I finally drifted off, I was suddenly jolted from my sleep to find my wife's side of the bed empty. My phone was missing, and a bright light seeped through the cracks of the curtains. I went to the window and pulled back the curtains. It was 3 a.m., and it was as bright as a summer's day. My eyes were drawn to the edge of the cornfield where my wife was standing with her arms held high, as if she were at Sunday Mass. "Susan, what are you doing out here?" I asked. She was too transfixed in the light to even notice me. It was like I didn't even exist. Suddenly, her face turned to mine. Her eyes were black and her face twisted. "Can you hear it? It's calling to me," she said with a hollow voice before running off and disappearing into the cornfield. I tried following her, but she moved fast like a wild animal. Eventually, I ran out of steam and was too tired to keep up, but she just kept on running as if she had an abundance of energy. After a long day of searching for her, I headed back to the house before it got dark. I prayed she saw sense and she would be back home waiting for me. When I made it back, the house was empty. My wife was my world. We had no kids, so all we had was each other. Knowing she was out there alone was killing me. Too restless to sleep, I sat on the back porch, hoping she would find her way back. I wanted my face to be the first one she saw, so she knew she wasn't lost. As I sat there looking out into the darkness of the fields, I noticed the faint sound of rustling that grew louder as it got closer. I stood there trembling as a group of glowing red eyes appeared from the darkness. The glowing seemed to surround the house, as if moving in for an attack. At first, I thought it was wild animals, so I flicked on the floodlights, hoping it would spook them. The creatures were startled for a moment, but they kept on coming. Leading the group was my wife, but not as I knew her. The light seemed to have affected more than just my wife. People I once called friends, along with other people from the town, had transformed into terrifying creatures. Before I knew it, I was surrounded with nowhere to go. I backed cautiously into the house and barricaded the door, hoping to buy myself some time before my inevitable death. As I looked around the house looking for something to protect myself, I came across my phone. My only hope was giving them what they wanted, so I opened the Reflect Orbital app and pressed on my coordinates. The night sky lit up and everything went silent. I looked out the window and the creatures had stopped dead in their tracks. They were now fixated on the ball of light in the sky. They stood just like my wife before, with their hands held up to the heavens. I wasn't sure if the police were the right people to call, so I rang the number on the Reflect Orbital app. After I explained my predicament, within an hour, a fleet of Reflect Orbital vans and trucks descended on the farm and began rounding up all the creatures, along with my wife. A guy in a suit approached me and introduced himself as a representative for the company. "What the hell is going on here?" I demanded. The representative pulled out a stack of papers. Being a new company, we had some unforeseen consequences. The reflectors on our satellites reflect more than just the sun's energy. "What does that even mean?" I said, as the anger in me began to boil over. "Apparently, our reflectors reflect light from other parts of the universe, places we know nothing about." "What about my wife?" I asked. "Your wife will be fine in about a month or two. We will get her back to you after you sign these NDAs." To get my wife back, I would have signed my soul away, so I signed whatever he wanted me to. Before he left, I had one more question. Why wasn't I affected by the light? The representative shot me an empathetic look. "In our studies, we noticed people with cancer weren't affected. We don't know why it happens, but you should go get it looked at. At least you will catch it early." I'm not sure if this is the best place to post this. There will probably be a lot of YTA comments, but let me be a cautionary tale against being a good Samaritan and helping strangers with luggage. And while I know my actions will probably disgust a lot of people, before you criticize, I want you to think, really think, if you do any different than me. So, I was at airport baggage claim when a woman asked me to watch her bag. "Promise you'll keep this for me until I get back?" she said. I promised her I'd look after it, laughing a little because she seemed so anxious, as if she was worried I'd abandon it and leave it for someone to steal. The woman thanked me profusely and left, presumably to pee, I thought. given how quick she went. She never came back. The bag had no tag and no name, just a ribbon tied on the handle. I kept it with me and waited a whole half hour for her return. But after 45 minutes, well, this was ridiculous. I left the suitcase with the rest of the unclaimed luggage, figuring it would find its way to her eventually. I was wrong. When I got home, the suitcase was there in the entryway. I stared as I closed the front door behind me. Weird, right? How did it get here? Vague thoughts flitted through my head that the airport somehow delivered it. Maybe they saw me sitting with it and assumed it was mine. The suitcase was a dark gray green, one of those big clamshell ones with sturdy fabric around the zipper, a lacy ribbon tied on the handle, and no labels at all. Not even a flight barcode sticker. Next day, I returned it to the airport, but when I got home, it was back in my house, in my bedroom, stationed beside my other luggage that I'd yet to unpack. This was getting disturbing. Who'd brought it back here? How did they know where I lived? If this was a prank, it had gone too far. I grabbed the suitcase and wheeled it out to the dumpster in the alley and tossed it in. But a few hours later, it was back. By then, I'd unpacked from my trip, and my own luggage was deep in my closet. The green suitcase was just sitting there, as if waiting to be unpacked also. I drove it out to a dumpster across town. It was back when I got home. I took it to Goodwill and donated it, but it returned again. Each time it got back, it felt heavier. As the days passed, I started having nightmares about the suitcase. I'd close my eyes, and as soon as I was asleep, I'd feel the clamshell around me as if I were all folded into it, my limbs scrunched, my lungs suffocating. I'd try to breathe, but the air was stale and I was smothered. Finally, I'd panic and wake up and see the suitcase in my room. In addition to getting heavier, it was also getting stinkier. At first, I thought it was from being thrown into the dumpster, but no. This was a different odor, and it got worse over time. It reeked like someone had hunted a deer and packed it in there and left it. And it leaked, a sort of foul dark liquid that dripped into the carpet and left a stain. I decided to change tactics and video the suitcase in hopes of catching whoever kept returning it to me. My parents had a pet cam for their dogs, so I asked them to take care of the suitcase for me, and I made sure to place it in their living room in sight of the camera so that when it disappeared, I'd be able to pinpoint how and when. A day passed. 2. When I checked the footage of my parents' pet cam, the suitcase was still there. Then they called me up. Would I take my suitcase back? It was taking up space and stinking up their living room. I retrieved the suitcase and back at home, put it in the garage and installed a camera to monitor it. It stayed in the garage, thank goodness, because the smell was truly god-awful. But my dreams got even more disturbing. In the latest one, I wasn't able to move at all. I could feel my skin beginning to slough off, my eyes melting in my head, maggots crawling through my rotting flesh. When I woke up, it took me a few moments to blink bleary eyes and realize where I was. I was standing in the door to the garage, sleepwalking, apparently. On my way toward the suitcase, a sudden dread seized me. I was afraid to go near it, to even touch it, certain that if I unzipped it, I'd wind up inside. I rented a hotel room, but of course it followed me there. At work, my boss swung by my desk to ask if everything was all right. She'd noticed my declining mental state. I broke down and I confessed everything. She asked me what was in the suitcase. I don't know, I stammered. It's not mine. I never looked. You never even looked? She seemed stunned. Isn't that the first thing you should have done? It seemed logical when she said it, but right now, even the idea of opening it all but suffocated me with dread. She said she'd like to see this mysterious suitcase and asked me to show her after work. We drove together to my hotel room. On the way, she theorized what might be in there. Was I being framed? Was there a body? I should have called the police right away, she said. Or was it something more mundane? Maybe someone bought me a frozen turkey and it had thawed and was becoming nasty. Maybe a family member was pranking me. Could be anything. and I'd know already if I'd opened the thing. My leaving the mystery for so many days seemed ridiculous to her. I had to agree, but nothing in the world would make me touch that zipper. The suitcase was there, waiting right by the door when we walked in, just tucked to one side like it was ready for me to open it. The entire room stank. My boss wrinkled her nose, and even she looked a little hesitant. She told me to open it, but I shook my head and made a noise in my throat, and she sighed and rolled her eyes and said, "All right, shut the door. We don't want anyone walking by to see." She rolled it into the bathroom in case it was messy and said she'd just open a little, take a peek. "Where did you say it came from again?" she asked as she tugged on the zipper. I backed away, sitting on one of the beds, so there was some distance between me and the bathroom. I couldn't see her anymore, but I just didn't want to be near when she unzipped it. "Someone at the airport asked me to watch it," I said. "Actually, it's funny. The only time it didn't return was when I asked my parents to look after it. It stayed put for a couple of days. I wonder if—" I stopped because why wasn't she saying anything? "Are you looking inside?" I called. Silence. Dread swirled in my belly. All my limbs felt leaden. I called out again. "Did you unzip it? Did you peek inside yet?" A faint muffled sound. The fear was a stone in the pit of my stomach. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. Then I heard again what seemed like a smothered cry. I rushed to the bathroom and gasped. The tip of a polished loafer sank into the suitcase, which bulged and trembled, and then the shoe was gone and the zipper was like lips smacking shut. The suitcase sat, just a suitcase. After that, I took the suitcase with me to the bus and train terminal downtown. It was now lightweight, with a slight musty smell. I surveyed the station. There was a woman with small children, a father with a teenager in tow. And then I spotted a leathery-faced man in a bucket hat sitting alone on one of the metal chairs, looking a bit worse for wear. I approached him and sat next to him, pretending to read for a few moments, and then I turned to him. "Excuse me, sir," I said. "Would you mind watching my bag for me for a bit?" He looked up at me, surprised, but mumbled, "Sure." "You won't leave it sitting here, will you? Promise me you'll hold on to it until I get back?" I insisted. "Yeah, sure, no biggie." "Thanks a million," I told him. Then I left. I haven't been back. I'm under investigation for my boss's disappearance since she was last seen in my car. But the nightmares have stopped. The smell is gone. You probably think I'm terrible. But ask yourself honestly, what would you have done in my situation? I have to issue this warning so that I can prevent others from suffering the same experience. If someone asks you to watch their bag, don't do it. No matter how much social etiquette compels you to smile and agree, make an excuse and leave. Let people look after their own luggage. I know I'm never watching anyone's bag again. James slid his fingers down my waist and tucked them into my back pocket, bending over to kiss me on the cheek. We stood like that, in our freshly manicured front lawn, watching the movers carry our furniture up the front steps and into our new home. In our old apartment on the outskirts of the city, that furniture had felt large and compact, like a can of sardines. It was difficult to even maneuver to the fridge and back. Here in the suburbs, where every house was a cream-colored cookie-cutter copy of each other, it would feel like dollhouse decor. I took James by the wrist, removing his hand from my backside and giving him a coy smile. Our honeymoon phase hadn't really ever ended. Not since we started dating, and definitely not since our wedding. I didn't think it ever would. "Is this too much?" I asked, resting my head on his shoulder. "It'll feel so empty with just the two of us." "For now," he muttered, and I could feel him smiling. We had never even really discussed starting a family, just because it felt so implied. We could always just read each other's minds like that. I knew he wanted kids as soon as possible, but I also knew he knew I wanted to wait a little longer, and he respected that. It was inevitable, but not a priority. I looked around. I always found neighborhoods like this one a little creepy. They felt simulated and devoid of actual life, but not this one. Somehow, even though the houses were the same, they each felt different. The home to our left appeared empty, with a colorful for sale sign on the lawn, but the one to our right was lively. The windows were adorned with bright pink flowers overflowing from their pots, and the yard was sprinkled with children's toys. Even now there were kids outside, a young boy who appeared around 12 years of age, pushing a younger girl on a yellow swing set. Their laughter filled the air. "Hello," a cheerful voice called, and I turned to see a woman marching towards us with a gleaming smile on her face. She was beautiful and young, maybe around my age, with blonde hair tied up in a pristine ponytail. Her pants fit her perfectly, accentuating her feminine curves, and her blouse was bunched up around her pregnant stomach. I felt myself subconsciously cross my arms, insecure. "Hello," my husband replied, bringing me out of my daze. I realized the woman was holding a dish wrapped in tinfoil and steaming. "You're the new neighbors, I presume?" she asked, her smile only brightening, revealing her perfectly white teeth. "Yes," I said, not wanting her to think I was rude. "I'm Adeline. This is James. We're so excited. This is such a lovely neighborhood." "As are we. My husband and I were so pleased to hear a young couple was moving in. It really is the perfect place to raise a family," she said knowingly, glancing at her children and then back at us. "Oh, we don't have kids," I said, a nervous laugh bubbling up in my throat. "Oh," she exclaimed. Her smile seemed to falter, but almost as if it were a glitch, it was so brief. She held out the dish in her hands. "Tuna casserole." James took it from her, peeling back some of the foil and taking a whiff. "Smells delicious." "We never caught your name," I said, leaning into my husband's side. "You are—" The woman opened her mouth, but no words came out. I waited for her to answer. "Honey," a gruff voice called from the neighbor's doorway. It seemed almost unnaturally loud, not as if he was yelling, but like his voice was amplified somehow. The woman smiled at us again, apologetically. "I must be going," she said, resting her hands on her stomach. "We will have to get together sometime." James and I only had the time to nod before she was turning away, walking quickly back towards who I assumed must be her husband. I saw something move on the second floor of their house, baby blue curtains parting. I looked up and met the eyes of two more children. They appeared to be twin girls, maybe 4 or 5. One of them waved, the other just stared. The night felt even more quiet when I stepped outside, almost eerily so. The air felt so heavy and still, like I was standing inside of a painting of a street. My footsteps echoed against the pavement, and I tensed each time another scream rang out from the house. "What the hell?" I muttered, half out of curiosity and half just to hear a human voice. I knocked on the front door 3 times, wiping my sweaty palms on my jeans. I was already starting to regret coming over here, feeling silly for disturbing their night, if it really was nothing. Even their porch was pristine. The white paint looked fresh, and even the dolls and toy cars strewn against the railing looked organized. I heard footsteps, and the front door opened a crack. I caught a glimpse of a man's face, his jaw square and dusted with stubble. "Good evening, Adeline," he greeted me. "Hi," I said, my voice coming out far softer than I meant for it to. "Good evening. I thought I heard something. Is everything okay?" He hesitated, then smiled. It looked a little forced. He opened the door wider, and I had to stop myself from flinching. His white button-down was stained with flecks of blood, bright red and fresh. There was a child clinging to his pant leg, a little boy that I didn't recognize. "Everything is all right," he told me, tussling the boy's hair absent-mindedly. "My wife is just going into labor." "Oh," I exclaimed, blinking at him in shock. He seemed incredibly calm, considering the circumstances. "Should we call someone? An ambulance?" "No," he said quickly, his smile fading the tiniest bit. "No, that's quite all right. Thank you for your concern. This isn't her first rodeo, so to speak." He chuckled stiffly. "Oh, okay. Well, tell her congratulations?" "Will do." He seemed to look me up and down, and a shiver creeped up my spine. "Well, have a lovely night. And we're so happy you moved in." He went to close the door on me, turning away, but at the last second, the little boy shoved his hand through the crack. A piece of notebook paper fluttered to the slats of the porch, and the door closed with a sharp click. I picked up the piece of paper, somewhat stunned, as another scream ricocheted inside my head. I unfolded it slowly, holding it under the porch light and squinting to make out what the shaky scratches of red crayon read. "Mommy makes lots of babies." It was only a week later that I got a call on the house phone. I was in the bath, and I ran to the kitchen, a towel wrapped around my waist and my hair dripping warm water down my back. "Hello?" I said into the receiver, clutching the phone with both hands. Somehow I already knew who it would be. "Hello, Adeline." Her voice was just as cheerful as it had been that first day we'd moved in, like a jingling bell hanging from the door of a shop. "How are you, dear?" "I'm fine," I replied, my eyebrows cinching into an involuntary frown. "How are you? How's the baby?" "What?" She sounded genuinely confused, but only for a second. "Oh, the baby is just fine. Such a miracle of life, isn't it?" "Yes, such a miracle. That's amazing. I'm so happy for you." "Yes." "So listen, I was hoping you and your husband would come by tonight for a little dinner party. I made tuna casserole. Please, please say you will." I swallowed. Something about her was beginning to unnerve me. Something about how perky she was only days after labor. But I still didn't want to be rude, and it wasn't like I didn't like her. I didn't want to pass up any friends, especially when they lived just next door. "Of course," I said, hoping she could hear my polite smile. "We'll be there." I clutched my Tupperware of cookies tightly to my chest as James guided me up the front steps. I prayed they wouldn't be able to tell they were store-bought, although I was sure they wouldn't say anything even if they did. James knocked on the door, then tutted and picked at some chipped white paint next to the peephole. "Looks like they need a new paint job out here. Maybe I should offer?" "Babe, that's rude," I told him, a strange feeling twisting in my stomach. Something was off, but I couldn't quite put my finger on it. Our neighbor threw open the door, beaming at us. She was wearing a pink flowery dress and a white apron. "I'm so glad you could make it. Come on in. Everyone's waiting in the dining room." I couldn't help but stare at her stomach, which seemed almost as large as it had been the day we'd met. I glanced at my husband, but he didn't seem to have noticed anything, and only smiled at me reassuringly. Admittedly, I didn't know as much as I could about childbirth, but I knew your stomach stayed large for at least a few days. Surely her body just hadn't recovered yet. Their dining room was larger than ours, or maybe that was just the way it was decorated. It was minimal. The only personal items I could see were more toys. At their long dining table, there were 6 places set. A little girl sat at one of them, quietly playing with a Barbie doll, and a teenager sat next to her, scowling at us. I didn't recognize either of them. This couple seemed so young. How could they have a teenager already? Some people started early, I guess. I had assumed dinner party meant there would be more people, but I felt guilty for assuming that. They were so eager to spend time with us. Maybe they just didn't have many other friends, especially with so many children running around. Across from the kids sat her husband, grinning at us. I blinked. He didn't look how I remembered him. Hadn't her husband been a brunette? This man's hair was a lighter brown, almost a dirty blonde, and his face seemed softer. It must have just been the lighting, I told myself. Surely in the dark, his features had just looked bleak and more severe. The woman immediately started bustling around in the kitchen, and James and I took our seats. I stared at the glass of wine already set out in front of me, the dark red liquid reminding me suddenly of that night, of the blood splattered across the man's shirt. James began chatting up the husband, but I couldn't bring myself to keep up. I just stared into the glass, swirling the wine around, watching it lap up against the rim. It was so dark, almost black. We didn't even know these people's names. Were we so rude that we had never asked? Was that a bug? I dipped my finger into my wine and fished out a small fly. still buzzing desperately. Looking around quickly, I flicked it off my finger and to the ground, not wanting to embarrass our hosts. "Such a lovely home," James was saying, and I smiled and nodded as if I had been listening. "Yes," I butt in, and then hesitated. "Forgive me, but I've forgotten your name." The man's grin didn't falter. "Joseph," he said happily. "No need to apologize. I'm Joseph. And your wife?" "Dinner is served," the woman called, interrupting me. She wielded a large dish, which gave off a faint fishy aroma, setting it down with a flourish in the center of the table. "Thank goodness, honey, I'm starving." Joseph tucked his napkin into his shirt and picked up his fork and his knife, clutching them in both hands cartoonishly. I looked at James, searching for any semblance of confusion. I found none, only a polite smile. "This is the children's favorite dish," she told us, taking my husband's plate. "How many kids do you have?" "Here you are, love," she said, scooping a helping of casserole onto his plate and reaching over me to set it down in front of him. As she leaned over me, I caught a glimpse of her face. Her skin seemed to glisten around her eyes, like it was wet. "Growing boys need to eat." James chuckled nervously, the first hint I'd gotten of anything amiss. "That's what I keep telling Adeline." Joseph laughed uproariously, pounding his fists on the table. I caught the teenager jump, and the little girl set down her Barbie, but I couldn't decipher the expression on either of their faces. "A man of my own heart," he cried, and he didn't stop laughing. "What did you bring us?" the woman asked after a moment, nodding at the Tupperware, having to raise her voice to be heard over her husband's laughter. I swallowed. "Chocolate chip cookies." "Lovely." I gazed down at the food she'd put in front of me. It smelled even fishier up close, nothing like the first one she'd given us. I picked up my fork, picking at a flaky corner. A fishbone stuck to the prongs, long and slender and sharp. "I hope you'll eat it all," the woman said to me, leaning over so close her blonde curls tumbled onto my shoulder. She smelled of perfume and faintly of fish. Now that she was close to me, I could see clearly that her face was, in fact, wet. "You simply must get used to eating for two." After that dinner, it wasn't that I was avoiding them, but I didn't make much of an effort to get closer. I felt deeply uncomfortable in a way that I didn't quite like to think about. Even so, I told myself it wasn't them. We just had gotten busy. James had started his new job in the city, starting construction on a new shopping mall, and I had a big interview coming up. I simply didn't have much time to think about our neighbors. Not that they didn't make it difficult not to. Neither of us got much sleep anymore. The sound of a crying baby kept us up and made us restless. They baffled me during the day too. One Monday before James had gotten home, I noticed a man out in their yard, playing with a few of the children. He was chasing them around the swings, around and around, and they were shrieking with glee. My curiosity got the better of me. Was this an uncle? A babysitter? I knew little to nothing about this family, and I figured that was what was unnerving me so much. Maybe if I knew more, I would feel comfortable living next to them. Before I could stop myself, I walked out, watching them play for another moment before speaking. "Hi," I called out, and all four of them turned to face me. "Hello? I'm Adeline. I live next door. Sorry to be nosy. I was just wondering, how are you related to the family?" The man smiled at me just like the rest of them, widely. Up close, he looked even older, maybe in his 40s. He must be a relative of some sort. "Don't be sorry, Adeline. I'm their son. We've been so happy that you moved in." After that, I put even more distance between myself and the neighbors. I was sure there was a logical explanation for all of this, but if I thought too hard about it, I felt like my brain would explode. A couple of nights later, James had had enough. "That's it," he muttered against my shoulder, squeezing me from behind. "I'm going over there," I groaned, rolling over and pressing our noses together. Even with my eyes crossed, I could see his dark circles, and his hair stuck up wildly from tossing and turning. "Don't, honey," I whispered. my voice raspy. "It's okay, it's not their fault." "Surely they can do something," he argued, gently running his fingers through my hair despite his abrasive tone. "Jesus, it's almost louder with the windows closed. How many babies do they have over there anyways?" I paused and thought about his question, and I listened. I hadn't realized, but he was right. The crying didn't sound like one infant. It sounded like a whole chorus. "I can do it if you want," I muttered. But he shook his head. "No, it's okay. I'll go. You went last time." He pulled back the covers and got to his feet, reaching for his pants next to the bedside table. I sat up and watched him get dressed. And once he had kissed me and walked downstairs, I stood up to peer blearily through the bedroom window. It was raining that night, the first rain we'd seen since moving in. It made the neighbor's house look much older than it was, almost like a haunted house. In the darkness and the storm, it almost looked dilapidated. I watched my husband tread through the mud, smiling at how goofy he looked carrying our purple umbrella. I watched him march up the front steps, shaking the water off of himself and knocking on the front door. I remember it so vividly. It wasn't a dream. I remember him knocking, and then, so quickly it was unnatural, the front door opened. I didn't see who was behind it, but I saw a bright flash of light and heard a deafening gunshot, and my husband fell to the porch. His chest was eviscerated, blood and guts spewed out on the wood, my husband's warm body still twitching. I remember staring, shaking, in complete shock. I remember seeing curtains parting from the corner of my eye, but I couldn't pull my eyes away from his body. I remember everything going black, like static taking over my vision and falling. I was surrounded by red meat and blood, and a sticky white substance. I was naked and wet, and I couldn't move. All my limbs were cramped up against my body. I felt a pull, pulling me, sucking me down into the redness and the darkness. I heard a voice, a woman's voice, muffled and distant, screaming and sobbing. "No, I don't want to. Please, I don't want any more." I saw a bright light, and I woke up in my bed, gasping for air, drenched in sweat. My husband sat up next to me, woken no doubt by my violent cries. He pulled me against my chest, stroking my hair, but I wouldn't stop shaking. "It's okay. It's okay. Just a dream." But it wasn't just a dream. I saw it. I had seen him die. It had been so real, so vivid. I was still mourning, still in shock, curled up in his lap. It couldn't have been a dream. She brought me a pie the next day. The wife, James, had stayed home from work to console me, deeply alarmed by my reaction to what he thought was just a bad dream. He offered to get the door, but I didn't want him to. I didn't want him anywhere near a front door, ever again. I turned the knob with shaking hands, and there she stood, her hair tied up in a messy ponytail, clutching a pie tin in front of her. She was still pregnant. She held it out to me, her smile gleaming and wide, but her eyes apologetic. "I wanted to apologize for the noise," she said cheerfully, tilting her head. "I hope it hasn't kept you up. It's just so difficult sometimes with newborns. You, of all people, would understand." "I don't have kids," I said bluntly, eyeing the pie. It must have been cherry. It was red. So red. "Remember?" She blinked at me. "Oh, yes, of course." She held out the pie, pushing it into my hands. "Please take it." I cautiously took it from her. It was so red inside, like the red from my dream, like my husband's guts. When I looked back up, she was still smiling, but there were tears streaming down her face and dripping off her chin. I stared at her blankly. "Are you okay?" "Yes, oh yes, I'm fantastic, dear." Without warning, she opened her arms and pulled me in, hugging me tightly, the pie tin crumbling between us. "We're just so glad you moved in." I heard a sound like water trickling, and I cringed as something wet touched my legs. I pulled back and looked down to see liquid trickling down her thighs, slightly pink and sticky. She raised her eyebrows inquisitively, then looked down at herself and seemed to blush. "Oh my. Yes. You must excuse me." She gave me another smile so wide it looked like it might hurt, still weeping silently. She looked older than before. "I'm so sorry. Again. I'm so sorry." She killed herself a couple of days later. I saw it happen. I felt an urge to look out of our bedroom window around 5 in the morning, and I saw her standing on the roof of the neighbor's house. She seemed to look me right in the eyes before she plummeted. I ran down the stairs as quickly as I could, almost tripping and cracking my head open. When I got outside, everything looked different. The house looked different. Old, like it hadn't been lived in years. The yard was overgrown, the grass swallowing up the children's toys, and the pink flowers on the windowsills were shriveled and brown. The porch was dirty and packed with things, as if only hoarders had ever resided there. The paramedics came after I called 911 and the police, and it occurred to me that it was the first time I had seen anyone other than us and the neighbors on that street. They told me it was a good thing I had called, because no one else would have. When I asked what that meant, they just looked at me blankly. "No one else lives here, ma'am," one of them told me, as if it were obvious. I stared at her body until they took her away. She looked different. She looked old. Even so, I could have sworn I saw her stomach growing. I heard them call her Jane Doe as they zipped up the black body bag. That was a few months ago. We moved back into our apartment closer to the city, and even though it's cramped here, it feels so much more comfortable. I've been going to therapy, trying desperately to figure out if what I witnessed was real or pure insanity. My therapist seems to think it was stress. Somehow, so does my husband. As if he wasn't there. As if he didn't see what I did. He seems different. I've noticed things, like how the mole on the back of his wrist is gone now, and how his hair grows slightly curly when it used to be so straight. I can't get the image of him that night out of my head. His body destroyed and drenched in gore, his eyes still open. I've been throwing up every morning, but I won't test. I'm terrified to confirm what I already know. Anyway, that's the end of this story. If you made it up to here, thank you for watching. Make sure to leave a like and subscribe for more stories like this one.